national team. Team currently consists of 10 members, I believe all of which may be here. We might be missing one or two, but a lot of USA national team members here. However, there's one position available for both one man and one woman. The highest ranking man and woman that is not already on the team will fill that last position on the USA national team. Our current USA national team riders for the men are Joe McLaren, Joseph Kyle Smith, Colin Cruz, Josh Bird, for the women. No, for the USA national team. I can't remember. Our women national team riders are Lynn Kramer, our top woman currently, USA skateboarding legend, Judy Oyama, Maggie Harrison, Sarah Bird Compton, and Frankie Rosario. For our men, Orion Lehrman, Joe McLaren, Joseph Kyle Smith, and Colin Cruz, as well as Josh Bird, currently comprise our USA team. All right, we are going to move into our head-to-head racing. This will become our elimination round. So first in our elimination round, the first matchup we are looking for is Carlos Barbias and Chris Risk. Carlos will be in the white, Chris will be in the red. Up next will be Will Fogel in the white and Luke Johns in the red, followed by Chuck Dinkins and Ben Buckles. Sorry, skaters. Can y'all step down? We actually have Jennifer and Issa up first. Sorry, y'all. That's my bad.
I know. Hey, at the bottom of the hill, if the police officer could just back up a little bit to make way for that gap in the gate, that's really a safety concern for our racers that might be going too fast to stop that quick. So if the cop can just reverse like 2 feet back. All right, looks like Mr. Ricky Bird is going to take care of us.
All right, up first, we are going to have a women's matchup. Jennifer Copa will be in the white and Issa Ruiz in the red. Let's get this in situation handled first, though. As a reminder, our top 10 skaters got to go on to the round of 16, so they are sitting and waiting to find out who they will race in the round of 16. But first, we got to go through our round of 32. We are going to dwindle it down skater by skater, and this will be elimination to find out who is the fastest skater on this hill in this course. After this, we're going to move into our hybrid slalom event, so y'all be sure to hang out. We've got a whole nother event to throw after this. Thank you to that cop down there for being so accommodating. Thank you, thank you. All right. Whenever you guys are ready, racers, we can get this show on the road. This is going to be Jennifer Copa out of California against Isa Ruiz out of Santa Fe, New Mexico. Only one of these skaters will get to move on to the round of 16. Let's find out who it is. Isa with her angry face on. Jennifer Copa, they're both clean so far. Let's see who can do it fastest. That bottom pumping section up that hill is going to be the test for both of these skaters. 1 down for Isa Ruiz, but she is charging. 2 down. Looks like Jennifer Copa ran a clean run, but might have beat her over the line. Isa took a spill there at the end, but she's up. Let's give it up for Isa Ruiz. All right, up next, Carlos Barbiaz out of Oregon will be with Mr. Chris Risk. Carlos in the white, Chris in the red. Carlos is our Rookie of the Year for 2024 and also your U.S. National Amateur Champion last year. Chris Risk out of West Virginia hosts the Rattler. We're going to wait for this bottom to clear up. I know Isa's getting checked out. Want to make sure it's safe down there for our skaters. Josh. All right. Let's clear that bottom section if we can, so we can keep this truck going. Are y'all good down there? Good to keep running? All right. Thank you guys for making sure it's safe for our skaters. Up next, Carlos Barbiaz out of Oregon versus Chris Risk out of West Virginia. Let's hear it for him. And they are off. These skaters have the option of going off the ramp or just rolling in, whichever they think is most comfortable for them. Carlos has gone off the ramp, so it does give a little bit of advantage, but if he can clean it up, both of them with some cones down. Chris Risk just trying to get in time. Carlos crossed the line first. Few cones down for Chris. We'll see if he got in. Up next, we are looking for Will Fogel in the white with Luke Johns in the red, followed by Chuck Dinkins and Ben Buckles. All right, 8 cones down for the red for Chris Risk, 5 for Carlos. Those are both times for those skaters. We'll see who has the advantage. Up next, we've got Will Fogel in the white lane out of Florida. Luke Johns in the red lane out of Jackson, Mississippi. Y'all give it up for them as they come down. So far in our matchups, Jenna versus Issa, Jennifer has a 0.6.
Hey guys, if you are just now tuning in or if you've been with us for a while, we are doing our head-to-head tight
in the white lane,
racing
charging
right
ahead
now.
with Luke Johns in the red lane.
So earlier
Luke
we were
is
having
a
some
Jackson
connectivity
native.
issues.
Will Fogel
and
out of
obviously
Florida.
You can see we are having some technical difficulties with
And Will is
one of
definitely
our
going to cross
cameras,
the line
but
first,
the good thing is
Luke is
we have
nice run from Luke
rebooted,
Johns,
we have
nice run.
restarted, and I think now we have a pretty good signal. You'll be able to hear SVC Sarah Bird Compton.
All right, real quick, we're going to do a drawing.
She's
If you went
announcing
down to
here on the
Ace
hill, but
Rebel
you'll also
booth,
hear her
you
on
may
the
have gotten
stream.
entered in a drawing.
And you'll occasionally hear me. But we are
And
streaming
this is a
live
whole
from
kit.
Luna Slalom Jam.
So we're going to do a
Day
drawing real quick, and
2.
we're going to see who has won
Big
that.
shout out to
That's going to be
everybody out
Molly
here making
Weldon.
this race possible.
Molly Weldon, if you are on the hill, please go to the Ace Rebel tent to get your prize.
We're having a lot of fun here. Day 2 of Luna Slalom Jam in Brandon,
Molly
Mississippi.
Weldon, are you
We're
here?
very excited. We meaning Stoke Slalom Collective to be bringing you this live
We have
stream
Molly
from
Weldon
the
on the hill.
Like I said
If she is
earlier,
not
we were
present,
having some issues with
we
the
will pick
stream, but
another.
we have got it all worked out now, I believe. And so if you are tuning
Molly
in,
Weldon, you
let
have
us
won
know
the
where you're
Ace
tuning
Rebel
in from
prize
and
if
who
you're
you're
on the
rooting for
hill.
today.
Please raise your hand and let us know.
And you'll be hearing a lot of SBC on the mic. She's here on the hill.
All right, we're going to choose another
uh,
since Molly is not here, and then we'll get back to our head-to-head bracket. For this, it's going to be Mama Kohaku. Layola's mama is going to win that one.
We're doing some prizes
take
and
home her
giveaways here
prize.
on the hill. So one of the advantages of being here in person, but if you can't be, we love that you are tuning in and watching with us and just being a part of
The
the
Kohakus
day
are taking
with
home
us.
a nice
So,
prize from our sponsor, Ace
big
Rebel
shout out
Hardware.
to everyone
Huge
who's
shout out
tuning
to
in
Ace
from
Rebel
home.
Hardware for
Big
supporting
shout
our
out to
event
everyone
this
who's
weekend.
here on the hill
Huge
supporting.
shout out to them.
We're very excited
Be sure to
be
check them out on
broadcasting
Spillway
live
Road. Stop
from
in and see
Luna
Mr.
Slalom
Mark
Jam
Larson
Day 2.
and his team for all your
Just did
hardware
some
needs.
prize giveaways on the
Up
hill,
next,
and now
we
we
got Chuck
are
Dinkins in the red, or the
starting
white
back
from
with our
Florida,
head-to-head
with Ben
tight
Buckles out of
slalom.
Illinois
So
in the red.
I will get off the mic here and let SBC tell us what's happening on the hill. But thank you all for tuning in, and sorry about all the difficulty earlier, but we are excited to be back up and going, and we hope that you guys are having a good afternoon hanging out with us.
This is Ben Buckles in the red lane. Chuck Dinkins in the white. He has a few down, but he is charging ahead a little bit. Let's see who can cross. Oh, they crossed at pretty much the same time. A few more cones down maybe for Ben Buckles, but we'll see. We'll see what that ends them. Up next, we are going to have Layola Kahaku and Jeremy Kaufman. Layola is going to be in the white. Jeremy is in the red. Is Jonathan Harms around? Going to hand this off to Mr. Jonathan Harms. He has a bye, so he can talk for a little bit.
All right, so we are in our sort of a mini elimination round to get us into the round of 16. And so these riders are going to take 2 runs in each lane. The combined time of those 2 runs Whoever is faster moves on. Whoever is slower is eliminated. So, I don't see the spreadsheet thing here, the matchups. Oh, there we go. So on the ramp, we have Leola Kahaku from San Jose, California, or thereabouts, in the white lane, and we got Jeremy Kaufman from Louisville, Kentucky, in the red lane. This is their first run of 2, if I understand correctly. So after this run, they're going to switch lanes and run again, and the faster combined time will determine who moves on and who's eliminated. Both riders looking real good. Jeremy, wow, was that 2 clean runs? I think it just might have been. All right. So that will just be based on their times, which right now I'm not being able to see on the screen, so I can't announce what the times were. But they're recording them up here, and so they're going to switch lanes after this and get back up there. Okay, so we have the rest of our riders have a bye, so we are back up to the top. We have we're not okay. In the white lane, we have Sarah Bird Compton, and in the red lane, we have Chris Larson. Again, this is their first run of 2 against each other. Both riders give up a cone or 2 at the top. Sarah's pulling ahead a little bit. Chris is staying in. It's going to be close on the cone count for Chris. They can hit 10 and still have a good run. If they hit 11 or more, it's a DQ for that run, disqualification. Sarah looks like only had 1, maybe 2. It's hard to see with everything. All right, so Sarah Bird just had 2 on white and 10 on red. So Chris Larson just squeaks by with a valid time. And Sarah Bird takes a little bit of an advantage into that next run. Okay, so now each pairing in the skate-in round, let's call it, has had 1 run, so now we're back to the top of the order. So in this run, Jennifer Copa has a .67 advantage over Isa Ruiz. Isa's going to try to make that up and pass her by, so whoever has the better combined time will move on. Off they go. Jen might have got a little faster start. They're very close now. Isa might be pulling ahead. No, they are real close. Couple cones on red. All right. Very close on the raw times, and it looked a little cleaner on white. I didn't hear the cone count on red, but 2. Only 2, okay. So I think based on that, it was almost a dead heat, and Jennifer Copa had just a little bit fewer, or Issa Ruiz was cleaner, but Jennifer Copa had the advantage after the first run. We'll have to wait for the screen to refresh to tell who actually moves on. Our next pairing is Carlos Babiars. This time he'll be in the red, and Chris Risk from Charleston, West Virginia, is going to be in the white. Carlos has a 1.9 second advantage after the first run. After them, we need Will Fogel and Luke Johns. All right, so Carlos went off the ramp. Chris went off the side next to the ramp, so Carlos has a big advantage in speed just starting out. So as long as he completes the run here, he's probably going to, he's going to take this matchup. Chris Risk skates a very nice run with only a couple of cones down. He is every rider kind of challenges their own abilities here. It's not always about beating the other rider, although you'd like to. Sometimes it's like, can I make the course with just as few cones down as I can? All right, so 4 white and 3 red on that one. So Carlos Babiars is going to take that win and move on into our round of 16. Next up, we got Will Fogel in the red lane and Luke Johns in the white. Will is from Jacksonville, Florida. Luke is from, I can't remember if I asked him, and I'm sorry if I'm not remembering, Jackson, Mississippi. And Will has currently has a 2-second advantage after that first run. After that pairing, we'll need Chuck Dinkins and Ben Buckles. All right, so we've got Luke and Will on the ramps, or next to the ramps, ready to go. All right, so Will has a nice advantage after this one, so he's using this as kind of maybe a training run to see how hard to push it, whether he can clean things up. Great run for Will Fogel. No cones down. Luke Johns with 3 or 4 or 5, something like that. Yeah. So Will Fogel from Jacksonville, Florida, is going to move on into the round of 16. Our next pairing, Chuck Dinkins and Ben Buckles, is very close. It's 0.104 seconds advantage. So just over 1 cone. Every cone they knock down is a 1/10 of a second cone penalty added to their time. So Chuck Dinkins is ahead by 0.104. So 1 cone and less than a blink of an eye. Ben Buckles is making his way to the top. Chuck is ready. Chuck Dinkins is a well-known pro skateboarder from the 80s and 90s. Had a pro model skateboard, actually several of them from Walker Skateboards, if I remember correctly. Chuck, where are you living now? Orlando. So Chuck's living in Orlando, Florida now. Goes surfing at Cocoa Beach when he can. Skates like a madman. Chuck won the banked slalom at Kona Skate Park recently over some heavy hitters, so he is fast. He's new to slalom in only a few months, but he's getting better and better. Ben Buckles is a veteran, and he keeps getting better too. All right, 2 good runs. Oh, Ben Buckles got a little in the back seat off the start, and he didn't make through the cones. So all Chuck Dinkins has to do is finish the course, and he is going to move on. Nice, a clean run for Chuck. Ben is going to be disappointed in that start. He just got a little bit too far back coming off the ramp. He was trying to throw down that ramp as hard as he could to get a little extra speed, and so, in this case, it cost him. Tough break for Ben there, but he will be back at the next race. So currently moving into our round of 16, we've got Issa Ruiz. Oh, Issa Ruiz. No, Jennifer Copa. Sorry. Jennifer Copa is moving on. Carlos Babiars is moving on. Will Fogel is moving on. Chuck Dinkins is moving on. We got 2 more matchups, and then we are in our round of 16. So our next 2, Leola Kahaku from Northern California is ahead by 1.9 over Jeremy Kaufman from Louisville, Kentucky. And then we've got Sarah Bird Compton and Chris Larson, Mississippi native and Mississippi resident, against each other. We're going to run Leola and Jeremy. Okay, so Leola got off to a quicker start too, again, by virtue of going down the ramp. That's going to be tough for Jeremy to make up, but he is wanting to skate his best race regardless. And look at that. I think that was 2 clean runs, unless I'm missing something. Good job to both riders. All right, 2 clean runs there. So Jeremy's going to be stoked that he made a clean run. Leola's going to be stoked that she was faster and moves on into the round of 16. So we are in our final pairing now, Sarah Bird Compton and Chris Larson. Sarah originally from Jackson area, now lives in Nashville, and Chris Larson out of, oh gosh, I know he's Jackson, but it's he told me the name. It's a suburb. Shoot. Clinton. I was thinking Canton, and I knew that wasn't it. Clinton, Mississippi. Go Arrows. All right, in they go. So Chris Larson's first race, or one of his very first races that he ever did, was just 1 year ago here at Luna Slalom Jam. So he is back, much improved. Sarah Bird Compton. All right, Chris makes it through. He knocked a couple there at the end, but if you hit the cone, it's still, as long as, it doesn't matter which side you go on, as long as you hit it, it counts. It just counts as a penalty against you. Okay, so we have our round of 16 set now. Our timekeeper, Stephen Blaine from Houston, Texas, actually Tomball, Texas, is doing a fantastic job making sure that this runs smoothly, helped by his lovely wife, Julianne, and our amazing cone volunteers. They are counting the cones as they get knocked down, relaying that up to the top as quickly as possible. That gets entered into the timing system to determine how fast the riders have gone. So our next order of business will be our round of 16. Our first heat will be Josh Bird, our number 1 qualifier, versus Jennifer Copa, our number 16 qualifier. Then we've got Lynn Kramer and Lucas Pauly, our 8 and 9 qualifiers, racing each other. Then we got George Pappas and Carlos Babiars. Then Lou Statman and Will Fogel, Joe McLaren and Chuck Dinkins, Adam Mercado and Francesca Rosario, Joseph Kyle Smith and Loyola, and then Jonathan Harms and Sarah Bird Compton. Didn't we race last year? So, we need all those riders up to the top of the course. And when our timekeeper and volunteers are ready, they will let us know, and we will move into the round of 16. We may need another volunteer to do some announcing here, because Sarah and I can't announce when we're racing. Yeah, we raced last year too. Yep. In like that, I think it was like the round of 4 or something. So this is round of 16. So we want to thank everybody for coming out again. Hope you're all staying cool, staying hydrated. We want to thank our sponsors, of whom there are many: Revel Hardware, Revel Outdoor Power. I have not announced the sponsors before. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Revel Ace Hardware, Brandon Main Street Association, Meredith McCullough and Mayor Butch Lee. The host of the event is Mississippi Grassroots Slalom. So if you're interested in getting into slalom, come talk to one of the people that's organizing the race, and they'll get you set up. Got Roadkill Racing, that's a local racing team. La Costa Racing Team, they're all the way from California. They do a lot of good work. They're a 501c3 nonprofit. They host races out in their neck of the woods, way out in Southern California. Promote slalom racing, healthy lifestyle for youth, and public service opportunities for all ages. This race is sanctioned by USA Slalom Skateboarding, which is also a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to fostering the growth, development, and promotion of slalom in the United States. And there's also the International Slalom Skateboard Association. That is the worldwide organization that provides the world rankings and the status system for races. There's high profile races, and then there's lower profile local races. Oh, I'm talking too much. We are ready for our first our first pairing. We got our number 1 qualifier, Josh Bird, on the white lane. We got our number 16 qualifier, Jennifer Copa, in the red lane. And again, they're going to take one run, switch lanes for their next, and the combined time for each rider will determine who moves on and who is eliminated. Both riders looking real good. Josh Bird's pulled ahead a little bit. Jennifer Copa is coming close. All right, 2 clean runs from the looks of it. Oh, 1 red. Sorry, I didn't see that one. All right. So Josh Bird is going to take maybe, I don't know, I'm ballparking at about a 7/10 advantage into the second heat for those two when they switch lanes. Again, our next pairing is Lynn Kramer. Lynn, you're going to be in the white lane. Lucas Pauly, you're going to be in the red lane. Lynn Kramer is our 17-time women's world champion and a threat to any male skateboarder in the racing area, too. She finished, I believe, 5th last night, maybe 6th. So none of the male riders look past Lynn in any way. And none of the women riders do either. And Lucas Pauly skated slalom as a youngster when he was, 10, 11, 12 years old, kind of gave it a rest for a while, and now he's back as a 22-year-old. He's gotten big, and he's gotten a lot faster. So we'd love to have him back. He's going to try to give Lynn all she can handle. Oh, Luke Pauly jumps out to a nice little lead at first. Lynn was kind of asleep at the switch in the start gate. She's going to try to make it up. Look at Luke go. Oh, very, very close racing there. Luke Pauly crosses with a little bit of an advantage, and it looks as like it was a clean run, whereas Lynn Kramer uncharacteristically gave up a couple of cones. 2 white, so only 2 cones for Lynn, and maybe about I'm guessing only about a 2/10, maybe 3/10 advantage on time. But with those extra 2 cones, that might be almost a half a second advantage for Luke Pauly going into the second run. So that was a good race there. Oh, that's me. That's me. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. All right. Thank you again to Revel Ace Hardware for coming out, giving us some excellent ribs, some barbecue sauce, and just the support of the slalom skateboarding. So thank you, Revel Ace Hardware. Next up, we got George Pappas from Colorado in the white lane, Carlos Babiars from Salem, Oregon in the red lane. George is our number 4 qualifier. Carlos is our number 13 qualifier. Oh, man. Carlos just smoked him out of the start. Gives up a couple of cones. George is trying to make that up. I'm not sure what George was doing in the start. I hope my talking didn't distract him from hearing the beeps. So we had 4 cones for Carlos, but also faster raw time, and 2 cones for George Pappas. So George was a little slower, but a little cleaner. We'll see what the advantage is after that first run. Next up, we need Lou Statman in the white lane and Will Fogel in the red. Lou in white, Will in red. Was I talking too much? Okay. So our riders are saying that it's a little hard for them to hear the beeps up here sometimes, so we are adjusting the volume of the music, at least towards the top. But you can always hear Lou Statman. All right, so we got Lou from Austin, Texas in the white lane. Will from Jacksonville, Florida in the red, our number 5 and 12 qualifiers. Then we need Joe McLaren and Chuck Dinkins. All right, they are very even coming off the ramp. Lou might be a little bit ahead. Both of these riders can skate parks and transition as well as slalom, so they have a good speed down the start ramp. Lou Statman crosses first, and Will Fogel only had 1 cone on the red, it looks like. So George was clean, so George Pappas is going to take that one by just a little bit. All right, so next we need Chuck Dinkins we need Joe McLaren in the white lane out of the Boulder, Colorado area. I'm not sure if he's still in Longmont, but he's somewhere in Colorado. And then we need Chuck Dinkins from Orlando, Florida. Can you go up a little bit on the spreadsheet? Then we need Adam Mercado and Francesca Rosario, and then Joseph Kyle Smith and Loyola, and then Jonathan and Sarah. And then we'll be back to the top of our round of 16 for the second run. But we're still in the first runs right now. So this is our number 2 qualifier, Joe McLaren, 9-time men's world champion, with well-known 80s pro skater Chuck Dinkins giving him his best shot. So I think I was told that Joe actually had a fall and his hip is bothering him, so he can't go in off the ramp. But even with the push-in, he's made up the stagger on Chuck. 1 cone down for Joe. That's just the power. Joe is so powerful, he sometimes injures himself just skating through the course. So Chuck Dinkins with a nice clean run and only 1 cone down for Joe McLaren. I think Joe crossed the line just a little bit sooner, so it's going to be pretty close in their second run. Next up, we need Adam Mercado in the white lane, and we need Frankie Rosario in the red lane. Adam is from somewhere in Colorado. I think he may be in Denver. I'm not sure. He's one of the crew called the Denver Danglers, some of the best skate park and backyard pool riders in the country. And Frankie Rosario dabbles in stunt work for TV and the movies, among other pursuits, as well as being a bad you-know-what slalom skateboarder. She's also a member of the USA Slalom national team that will be representing the U.S. at the World Championships. Again, first run of 2. Again, the riders have to wait for that random 4th beep. If they jump the gun, they are DQ'd. Adam Mercado has that low driving style. Sometimes he's so low, I think his shin hits the cone. It's almost a liability. All right, so Adam crosses by about 5/6 first, but he gave up a few cones. So that, after the cones are counted, is going to be a very close heat. We had a clean run on red and 6 cones for Adam Mercado on the white. So depending on what the time differential was there, that is going to be a very close matchup in their second heat. All right, so we have 2 more pairings, and then we're back to the top of the round. So next up, we got our number 3 qualifier, Joseph Kyle Smith from Ashland, Kentucky, in the white lane, and we got Leola Kahaku from, I think it's San Jose, California, in the red lane, and then we'll have myself, Jonathan Harms, in the white lane, and Sarah Bird Compton in the red lane. So we may have to go announcerless here for a minute, or maybe we can get Josh Bird on the mic, or anyone else who's willing to volunteer.
Looks like we got a good clean run so far. He's pulling out a little ahead. Oh, he crossed first. Clean runs for both. 1 cone. One white, 1 red. It's a good race. All right. Up next, we have Sarah Bird Compton, born and raised here and moved to Nashville, versus Jonathan Harms. He is from St. Louis. I believe these two faced each other last year, so maybe a little bit of a rematch. Oh, friendly banter. Sarah Bird out for a little revenge this round. And they're off. Oh, got a couple red. Very close, though. Oh. Triple red down. Jonathan looks like clean run. Maybe came out a hair ahead. Awesome. 10 red, so Sarah squeaks by on that one. One more would have been a DQ.
Thank you guys for tuning in to Stoke Slalom Collective. We are streaming from Brandon, Mississippi, Luna Slalom Jam, day 2. We're very excited, and we are so appreciative of everybody who came out and is supporting in person. Big shout out to all our sponsors and all the cone heads. We know it's hot. We know it's not easy to be out here all day on a Saturday, but you guys have been troopers, and we're so grateful. And then, of course, everyone tuning in from home and just keeping up and being a part
All right,
of our racing has just been
Jackson
incredible.
native. He
So
currently lives in
thank
Nashville,
you all
Tennessee. Josh
so
Bird in the
much.
red lane against California and Jennifer Copa in the white lane. Josh is charging ahead, one cone down for Jennifer in the white lane, but Josh looks to have a clean run. Jennifer with one down. Josh definitely crossed the line first, but we'll see where that puts him.
So we're
Josh
going
had a
into our round
0.671
of 16
advantage
right
after
now.
that
We've
first
already done
round,
our
so
first run, so everybody
looks like
will
Josh
kind of
will move on.
flip-flop here. We'll have
Up
everybody
next,
did their first
Lynn
runs, and then
Kramer
they're flip-flopping to the different lane, and then it'll be
in the white
round of
lane.
8 after that.
Lucas
So we're at
Polly
the
in the
top of
red.
our roster. We just had Josh Bird and Jennifer Copa against each other. Coming up, we'll have Lynn Kramer and Lucas Polly. And so
Lynn Kramer
just we're
the
trucking on through here in
17-time
Brandon,
women's world
Mississippi, having a good
champion.
time.
Let's give
And
a
we're
shout out
so
to
grateful
Lynn. She
for
is one
all
of
of
the
you
best
that are
women
tuning
in
in
the world
and
competing
being
in
a part
slalom
of the stream
skateboarding.
for us.
Currently holds an all-time record, one that's going to be hard to beat for at least 17 years. And she is up against Lucas Polly out of West Virginia. Lucas Polly has a .365 advantage currently. And after that second round for Josh and Jennifer, Josh Bird is going to move on to the round of 8. But let's find out who's next to join him in the round of 8. Will it be Lynn Kramer or Luke Polly?
Okay, so
Luke Polly gets a jump off her
coming
once
at you
again
live
off the ramp,
from
but
Brandon,
but
Mississippi.
Lynn Kramer is giving her
We
her
are
all.
streaming
Lucas Polly does look to be a
day
little
2
bit
of
ahead
Luna
of her,
Slalom Jam.
but can he keep it clean through the rest of the course as they
We're in
have
our
to pump
tight slalom right
uphill?
now,
Will
round
it be
of
enough?
16.
Will it
As
be
you
enough?
can
Both
hear,
have a
things
few
are getting
cones down.
really exciting
Lucas
here on
Polly
the
might
hill.
have a few more. We'll see if that was enough to put
Big
him
shout
over
out
the
to
advantage.
everyone out here supporting
have the advantage
and
going into that
everyone
round.
at home watching and making this stream worthwhile. We're so excited to be bringing you coverage today from day 2 of Luna Slalom Jam. So thank you guys for tuning in. We're in round of 8 now, and we're in round of 16 now,
Up next,
and then we'll
Carlos
be in
Barrios
round of 8.
in the
So
white lane out of
thanks for
Oregon.
hanging out with us and spending your
George
Saturday
Pappas in the red lane
with us
out of Colorado.
on the hill in Brandon, Mississippi. Day 2 of Luna Slalom Jam.
George Pappas with a nice pull in on the ramp. Carlos Barbiaz in the white lane. George Pappas from Colorado in the red lane. George has been coaching and mentoring a lot of the new slalom skateboarders in Colorado. He is pumping ahead in this. We'll see if it was enough to put him ahead. Our first two in the round of 8, Josh Bird has moved on. Lucas Polly has kicked out the 17-time world champion, Len Kramer. So Lucas Polly out of West Virginia is going to move on to our round of 8. Now let's see who moved on between George and Carlos. Carlos did have the advantage going in, but I do think George might have been faster on that run. We'll see if it was enough to move him ahead. And it was. George Pappas has moved on to the round of 8 by half a second. George Pappas has moved on to the round of 8 and has kicked out Carlos Barbiaz, our U.S. National Amateur Champion last year. Up next, we've got Lou Statman out of Austin, Texas, Will Fogel out of Florida. Lou does have the advantage by 0.73 of a second, so less of a second between them. Let's see who takes it. Lou screaming off the ramp. Will Fogel is going to try and pump it and keep up with him. Lou is a former member of the USA national team. He is fighting to take that last spot on the national team. We'll see if he can get it this weekend. Oh, over the line at almost the same time. Lou had one down. It looks like Will had a few. We'll see where that put them. Lou Statman did have the advantage. I don't know if it was enough for Will to make up. That is going to be Lou Statman moving on to our round of 8 by 1.014 seconds. So Lou Statman will take the 4th spot into our round of 8. Up next, 9-time world champion out of Colorado, Mr. Joe McLaren. Is going to be up against longtime skateboarder, relatively new to slalom, Chuck Dinkins out of Florida in the white lane. Let's give it up for him. A nice easy pull in from Joe McLaren. Joe has taken a spill earlier today, so he is going to take it a little easy on this run and still try to best Chuck Dinkins. Chuck is charging, though. Joe did have the advantage after the first round by 0.593 seconds, and he did cross first. So with a clean run, that should put Joe McLaren as our 5th person in the round of 8. Joe McLaren is going to move into our round of 8. That is our first 5 people into the round of 8. We've got 3 more positions to fill in that round of 8. Up next is Adam Mercado on the red lane, Frankie Rosario in the white lane. Adam does have the advantage by 0.412 seconds over Frankie. We'll see if she can make it up to get into that round of 8. As of right now, no woman has made it into the round of 8. So let's see if Frankie can do it. Adam is a vert skater out of Colorado. Killer ditch skater as well. He has joined the slalom ranks recently. Nice low driving style from both of these skaters. Adam out of Colorado, Frankie out of California. Adam has a few down, but Frankie has just matched his few down. A few more down from Adam, but he crosses the line first. We'll see if cone count changes anything, but with a few down for both, I am betting that is Adam Mercado going on. 3 down on the white lane for Frankie, with 7 down in the red lane for Adam. We will see if that changes things. That is going to be Mr. Adam Mercado moving into the round of 8. Adam Mercado will move on, so that means no women still in the round of 8. Adam will take that spot. We have 2 more spots to decide who will be in our round of 8. We're going to see if another woman can do it. Leola Kahaku versus Joseph Kyle Smith. Joseph Kyle Smith is our reigning Luna champion. He has won it the past 2 years, so we'll see if he can do it again. Nice pull from both of those skaters. Leola with a nice smooth style. She's really surfy in the way that she skates. Joseph Kyle Smith trudging ahead, though. Now they got to pump it up this hill. They are both running clean, but that is going to be Joseph Kyle Smith over the line first. Leola hitting the last cone. Nice run from both of them, but that is going to put Joseph Kyle Smith into the final because he had the advantage ahead of that run.
All right, last race of this round. Jonathan Harms versus Sarah Bird Compton. Joseph Kyle Smith made it to the top 8. So he'll remain in to maybe defend his title yet again. Here we go. Whoa, got a cone down for Sarah. Jonathan Harms running clean so far. She is catching up. A couple more down. He ran a clean run. Did not see who crossed first, but I think those cones are going to hurt her a little bit there. Still waiting on a cone count. Looks like 3 or 4. 5 white, clean run red. So imagine Jonathan will move on to the top 8. Let's give a round of applause for Sarah Bird Compton. She's continued to help us run this race. No easy feat.
So that was the end of our round of 16. We're moving into round of 8. We have Josh Bird, Lucas Pauly, George Pappas, Lou Statman, Joe McLaren, Adam Mercado, Joseph Kyle Smith, and Jonathan Harms. That's going to be our round of 8 for tight slalom. Thank you all for tuning in and being on the hill with us. And if you're at home watching on the live stream, thank you so much. And like I said, we are heading into our round of 8 here at Luna Slalom Jam.
Not yet. Oh, wait, yeah. Here, can I take it back? All right. So for our round of 8, the matchups are going to be the number 1 seed, Josh Bird, is going to take on the number 9 seed, Lucas Pauly. No, he was number 9. In the second matchup, we're going to see George Pappas versus Lou Statman. Then we'll see Joe McLaren versus Adam Mercado. Joseph Kyle Smith will then go up against Jonathan Harms. All right, our first matchup is on the ramp. This is Josh Bird, a Jackson, Mississippi native. Oh, Lucas Polly has pulled out. That will give Josh Bird a 1.75 advantage going into the next round if he can finish out this race. That will do it. So a DQ for Mr. Lucas Polly of West Virginia. And a clean run from Josh Bird. So that's going to give him the advantage. They will get to go again, but Josh will have the advantage. 1.75 seconds over Lucas Polly going into the second round. Up next, George Pappas versus Lou Statman. George will be in the white. Lou is going to be in the red. Two longtime slalom skateboarders. They are both mentoring the next generation of slalom skateboarding. One in Colorado, one in Texas.
We got Lou Statman in the red lane, George Pappas in the white. And in our last matchup, Josh Bird took Lucas Polly by 1.75 seconds. All right, and they're off. Looking like a very close race from up here. Oh, some cone carnage at the end of the course. Looks like 2 cones on the white course. And 6 on the red. Or maybe 7 on red. Just waiting to see who's going to advance between George Pappas and Lou Statman. And we got Joe McLaren and Adam Mercado going now. Looks like both of them are really keeping up with each other, really pushing hard. Looks like Joe had a pretty clean run. Can confirm that was a clean run from Joe McLaren. And between our last matchup, George Pappas and Lou Statman, looks like George Pappas got Lou by .032 seconds. So very close. We just saw Joe McLaren against Adam Mercado. Joe had a very clean run. And our next matchup will be Joseph Kyle Smith against Jonathan Harms. And it looks like Joe McLaren, .794 seconds over Adam Mercado. We got Joseph Kyle Smith in the white lane, Jonathan Harms in the red lane. And thank you to everybody who's come out to support on the hill and everybody watching the live stream at home. Thanks for spending your weekend with us. All right, and they're off. Jonathan Harms versus Joseph Kyle Smith. Both of them looking pretty clean. Looks like Joseph Kyle Smith is a little ahead, but he has hit some cones. That one's going to be a close one. Looks like 4 in the white lane and 3 for the red. So that's definitely going to be a close run. Just waiting to see here. Joseph Kyle Smith has that one by .424 seconds. Very, very close run. Which puts us back at the top. We're back at the top of our round of 8. We've got Josh Bird in the red lane, Lucas Pauly in the white lane. Lucas had a DQ last go round, so he's definitely looking to do better this go. Josh is currently in first, so I know he's trying to keep that. All right, and they're off. Both of them looking very fast. I think that might have been a clean run for Josh Bird. That was a clean run from Josh, and 2 cones down for Lucas Pauly. This run between the two is going to tell us who moves on to the round of 4, and it's going to be Josh Bird. Josh Bird has a 2.255 second advantage on that, so yay for Josh.
Go, Josh.
Some good racing from Lucas Pauly. Next, we have George Pappas and Lou Statman. George is in the red, Lou is in the white. Once again, a very good matchup. Going to be a very close run. And they are off. Both of them looking pretty clean right now. Oh, Lou hit the last cone. So that was one cone for each. One cone for George Pappas and one cone for Lou Statman. So this really is a very close race. And Lou Statman takes it. Lou Statman is moving to the round of 4 by .044 seconds. So our round of 4 right now is Josh Bird and Lou Statman. And our next two in the round of 8 are going to be Joe McLaren in the red lane and Adam Mercado in the white. And this run right here will let us know who's moving on to the round of 4. If you're watching at home, thank you so much. We're so glad to have you at the Stoke Slalom Collective live stream. And if you're on the hill with us, thank you so much for spending your Saturday at Luna Slalom Jam. And again, we're about to see Joe McLaren in the red lane, Adam Mercado in the white. Off to a good start. I think that was a clean run from Joe. Clean run for Joe McLaren and 3 cones for Adam Mercado. Which means Joe McLaren is advancing to our round of 4. So we've got 3 of 4. We've got Josh Bird, Lou Statman, and Joe McLaren in our round of 4. And now we have Joseph Kyle Smith in the red lane, Jonathan Harms in the white lane. And we're going to see who's going to be joining those guys. All right, y'all, here's going to be a good matchup. Joseph Kyle Smith and Jonathan Harms. And they are off. Looks like a few cones from Jonathan Harms. Might have been a clean run for Joseph Kyle Smith. All right, that was 2 cones for Jonathan Harms. And it was a clean run from Joseph Kyle Smith. which means Joseph Kyle Smith is going to take it. So our round of 4 is going to be Josh Bird, Lou Statman, Joe McLaren, and Joseph Kyle Smith. What a fun top 4. Joseph Kyle Smith is almost up the hill, so I think we're just going to keep on rolling. Starting our round of 4, we've got Josh Bird in the white, Lou Statman in the red. All right, Josh Bird and Lou Statman kicking off our round of 4. Both of these racers are very fast and have been racing against each other for quite some time. Ooh. We had a clean run from Lou Statman, and we had 1 cone from Josh Bird. So let's see where that's going to leave us. Even with the cone, Josh has a .369 second advantage over Lou. So all right, so clean run from Lou. 1 cone for Josh, but Josh still got him by 3.69 seconds. Incredible racing from those two. And if you're just tuning in to the live stream, or if you just got here on the hill, we are in our round of 4 for our tight slalom. We just saw Josh Bird and Lou Statman. And up next, we have Joe McLaren in the white lane and Joseph Kyle Smith in the red lane. And I'm actually going to pass the mic to Jonathan Harms because he is much better at this than I am. He's a great skater, but also a much better talker. So I'm going to hand this to him. Thanks for being patient with me while I've been on the mic. But we're going into our round of 4 with Joe McLaren in the white, Joseph Kyle Smith in the red.
All right. The dulcet tones of Christy Bird there. All right, this is our number 2 and number 3 qualifiers in the round of 4. Joe McLaren from Colorado on the white, Joseph Kyle Smith from Ashland, Kentucky in the red. Both riders clean so far. Joe has a little advantage. Kyle gives up a cone. Joe crosses the line just half a cone ahead. So clean for Joe, plus the time, slight time difference. 1 cone for Kyle Smith. So that'll be about a 2.5 tenths advantage for Joe going into their second run. So those riders are going to make their way back up to the top. in as quickly as they reasonably can. We are down to only 4 riders here, so we only got the other pair to go. And Josh Bird and Lou Statman have already had their first run, so they are making their way to the top for the second run. So we have 2 more runs in the round of 4, and then we have 2 more runs in the consolation round and 2 runs in the finals, and that will be our tight slalom. So we got 6 runs left, ladies and gentlemen. These are our fastest riders of the day. We have our number 1, 2, and 3 qualifiers, and our 4th qualifier, George Pappas, was just nipped by Lou Statman, our number 5, in their second heat by less than 1 cone. George hit the last cone on the course. If he had not hit that last cone, George Pappas would be in the round of 4. That's why you race it and you don't go on qualifying times. So we're just waiting for our riders to make it back up. Okay, so we are in our second heat in the round of 4 here with Josh Bird now moved over to the red lane. Lou Statman in the white lane. Josh has a .369 second advantage, so just under 4 cones. Lou is going to try to make that up. Oh, good start for both racers. Lou actually gets about a half a cone hole shot. That's good. That's going to be to his credit. Lou is ahead just a little bit. This is going to be close. Josh is coming back. Josh Bird over the line by maybe a tenth or so. Both riders looked clean from what I can see. Fantastic run from both riders. And so by virtue of crossing the line just a hair ahead and by already having advantage, that means that moving into the finals for first and second place is local boy turned Nashville resident Josh Bird. However, Lou Statman is not done. Lou Statman goes into the consolation round, which is racing for 3rd and 4th. So Lou will be racing the loser of the next matchup, Joe McLaren and Joseph Kyle Smith. Right now, Joe has the .313 second advantage. So Joe has a very slight advantage over Kyle Smith, about the same as Josh just had over Lou. Now, Joe is hurting a little bit, and it's a testament to just how amazing and talented and, well, amazing skateboarder he is, that he is still in the running for this and, in fact, in the lead. So this could come down to time, it could come down to cones, or a combination of both. The riders are getting ready. Boy, that last beep took forever. Kyle Smith with just a little advantage off the start, not much, maybe just half a foot. Joe McLaren coming back. Kyle Smith gives up a cone. Joe with a little bit greater body mass makes it through to the end. Looks like Joe was a clean run. Kyle I only saw 1 cone down. That is a very close heat right there. I am looking for the mouse here to see what just happened. But I think it is probably safe to say that Joe McLaren has moved on. We're just going to confirm that. I think, yeah, the mouse is there. So we're just checking the official times here. All right, so Joe McLaren took that heat by 0.25 seconds, and so by about a half a second, Joe McLaren is going to move on into the finals. So we have exactly 4 runs left in the tight slalom. 4 runs left. So our first heat will be in the consolation finals. So it's number 5 qualifier, Lou Statman, number 3, Joseph Kyle Smith. They are racing for 3rd and 4th, a spot on the podium, and actually a little bit of money, maybe more than a little bit of money. So they're also racing for points, and Lou Statman is really gunning to see if he can qualify his way onto the U.S. national team. The highest ranking racer in both men's and women's today that isn't already on the team, the highest ranking overall for the entire event this weekend, will make the U.S. national team. So Lou Statman is in the running for that. Josh Bird is already on. Joe McLaren is already on. Joseph Kyle Smith is already on. Oh, actually, is Josh on? He is. That's what I thought. Okay. So we are just getting our riders ready. Or rather, our riders are making their way up to the top. Again, we want to thank our sponsors, Revel, Ace Hardware, International Slalom Skateboarding Association, USA Slalom Skateboarding, a bunch of others that I don't have right in front of me here. Those are just off the top of my head. We want to thank you all for coming out. You'll notice that all the riders are wearing helmets because you only got one head, and you want to keep it intact. We have actually had one rider slide out and hit his head yesterday, but because he had his helmet on, it was not a serious injury, and so we're very grateful for that. The other safety gear is optional. Skin tends to grow back, but brain tissue does not, so helmets are always required in slalom races. We want to thank the Girl Scouts for coming out earlier today and providing us some great sandwiches and cookies and just some good cheer. We also want to thank PsyOp Skateboards, Texas-made skateboards that you can get throughout the United States. Skate Kings, one of the longtime slalom community members, they make their own skateboards. They also sell their own and other brands. They're a full-service online store for all things slalom. All right, our riders are on the ramp here. This is our first run in the consolation round, racing for 3rd and 4th. So again, they take one run in each lane. The faster combined time of the two will determine who gets 3rd and who gets 4th. Let's run them. Two good starts. Kyle Smith might be out ahead a little bit. Lou Statman is looking like he's going a little carefully through the course. He's not throwing his arms nearly as much as he normally does. Kyle Smith crosses with a good 7/8 advantage there. So I'm wondering if Lou is experiencing one of those aches and pains that sometimes befalls a slalom rider. So Kyle Smith, I think, was clean. Lou had only one that I saw. So whatever the exact times, Kyle Smith is going to take a fairly nice little advantage into their second run. So those riders will make their way back up to the top. And then we are waiting for Joe McLaren, our number 2 qualifier, and Josh Bird, our number 1 qualifier, to appear at the top of the course, and they will race it out in 2 runs. Joe and Josh both were junior riders going back more than 20 years ago. Each one has won a World Junior Slalom Championship. I think Joe beat Josh in, I'm going to say it was the tight slalom, and Josh might have beaten Joe in the hybrid slalom at the 2003 World Championships. So they have a long history going back a ways. And it has been rekindled in just about the last 3 years or so. Josh Bird took a little break from slalom for a while, and he is back in full force now. So he has given Joe a pretty good challenge for his crown. All right, the riders are mounting the ramp. So Joe from, I'm going to say Longmont, Colorado. I think that's where he's from. And Josh, now in Nashville, but originally from Jackson, Mississippi. So it's a hot, humid day, so these riders have been trying to drink as much water as they can, stay hydrated, but it still takes a little bit out of you, this hot sun. So the timekeepers are just making sure the software and the programs are ready, making sure the riders are ready.
Go, Josh!
Here we go.
Go, Josh!
Number 1 and 2 qualifiers. All right, both riders explode out of the start ramp. Very even so far. Josh Bird might have a slight advantage, but Joe McLaren has a little bit greater mass. Oh, this is going to be close. Josh Bird across the line first by just a little. Looks like 2 clean runs. Wow, beautiful heat. That's I wish I could see the raw times easily here. I can't figure out how to refresh the screen. Where is the refresh button on this? Hey, Sarah, can you show me how to refresh this? Oh, there. Damn it. All right. Okay, I'm going to give you the differentials after those first runs. Now that I've figured out how to refresh the screen, thanks to our race organizer. So after the first run in the consolation round, Joseph Kyle Smith has an advantage of 1.029 over Lou Statman. I am thinking that Lou might be he might have incurred a little injury here, or he might just be exhausted. We don't know. He is exhausted, he says. No, it is. Yeah. All right, so Kyle Smith has a nice, comfortable advantage, but you never know. That's why you have to run the second run. Josh Bird has a .187 advantage over Joe McLaren after their first run. Both riders were in the 13s. All right, here's our second run. 3rd and 4th place on the line. All right. Lou is sending it this time a little bit more. He's encouraging Kyle as he goes down the course. Oh, Lou's kind of making it up a little bit. All right. Joseph Kyle Smith crosses by maybe about 3/4 tenths ahead. And by virtue of his faster first run, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that your 4th place finisher is Lou Statman. Just as I think he was last night. 4th place finisher, Lou Statman. So he's got 2/4. That's not too shabby, especially for a man of his maturity and experience. So we have exactly 1 run left in our tight slalom event here. We have our number 1 and 2 qualifier, Josh Bird, number 1 qualifier, and Joe McLaren, our number 2 qualifier. Josh is ahead by .187 seconds, so just under 2 cones. It is still not a done deal by any stretch. George Pappas was saying one of the riders was in the slower course in the first run. Sometimes one course does run a little slower. I can't tell which one is the slower one, so it'll just have to be a mystery. George seems to know. But we have got to run this event. Got to run this heat. Yeah, we got to run this heat in this heat. Both riders making sure that their equipment is 100% ready, tuned. Joe McLaren has been a longtime rider for Skate King skateboards, but now I think he may be exploring other options. Yeah, Josh Bird is riding a JBH PG board, custom made in St. Louis, Missouri area's finest basements. Making sure our course is set, making sure the course is clear at the bottom, because those riders go firing through that last barricade, and if there's automobile traffic down there, it is not a pleasant meeting of body and metal. All right, our riders are getting ready. Let's hear it for these riders as they come down the course. Oh, Joe McLaren with a little bit of a hole shot. Let's hear it for him. This is first and second place on the line, the championship. Both riders going good. Joe McLaren a little bit ahead. Josh Bird trying to come back. Very, very close. Dead heat almost. I don't see any cones down. Clean runs for both riders. Let us find the mouse here and refresh this. Let's see what the times are. That is going to be too close to call. All right, so in that run, the raw times were 13.908 for Joe McLaren, 13.83 for Josh Bird. Joe McLaren takes that heat by just 0.07, but your champion by just over one cone is Josh Bird. Let's hear it for him. Fantastic racing there. There's a reason those are the two number 1 and 2 qualifiers. They were the fastest riders on the hill, the most consistent, the cleanest all day long. Beautiful racing from both racers. Wonderful. All right. So that is the end of our tight slalom. Believe it or not, we actually have another event to contest here. As the sun goes down and the lights come up, one of them still is racing for the cup, something like that. We will take down the tight course and set up the hybrid course, which is slightly wider spacing and bigger offset cones, like not in so much of a straight line, but kind of like much more zigging and zagging. And the race organizers will have to decide whether we do qualifying separately for the hybrid slalom or whether we will use the qualifying results from the tight to seed the riders in the hybrid. Our timekeepers are taking a break, a well-deserved break. Let's hear it for Stephen and Julianne Blaine as they're making their way down the course. It is not an easy job. They make it look easy. It is not. All right, so we are in a bit of a break here between events. The winners are being congratulated, maybe doing a little quick live stream interview. So if somebody can cue up the playlist here again, we might have a little musical interlude, and we will get back to the racing as soon as it is feasible to do so. Thank you all for coming out again to the Luna Slalom Jam 2025.
Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check. Hey, stream. Nope. Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Are the speakers? Oh, there they are. Sorry, sorry. Hey, check, check. Hey, we would love some racers. 2 racers to help duplicate the hybrid course. We need 2 people. We got Will. We got 1. Any takers? Any takers? 1 more to help duplicate the course. And then, hey, guess what? As soon as the course is duplicated, practice is open. We're not waiting. So as soon as we have 1 more helper to duplicate the course, practice is open after we do that. All right, George has got it. Any other volunteers that has an... Okay. We got enough. So thank you guys.
All right, everybody. We have finished up our tight slalom for day 2 of Luna Slalom Jam. We have Josh Burton first. Joe McLaren is second. Joseph Kyle Smith is third, and Lou Statman rounded out our final 4. We had some really great racing. If you're out on the hill with us, thank you so much. And if you're watching from home, we are so glad you're spending your Saturday afternoon with us here in Brandon, Mississippi at Luna Slalom Jam. Right now, everybody is setting up the hybrid course. Remember, this is Luna Slalom Jam, which means, Luna, nighttime. So it has been a long day so far underneath the sun, but it looks like we are going to go into the night to live up to the name. And we're going to be doing some nighttime racing. So we are setting up our hybrid course right now, and then we are going to open up practice for everybody as soon as it's set. And our goal, our thought, is that we were going to start racing at 7:30. So that's 7:30 p.m. If you're at home watching and you want to go take a break, eat some dinner, whatever you want to do, we will have practice and people will be on the course if you want to watch something, but we are shooting for 7:30 to start racing, so in about an hour. So thank you guys so much for tuning in to Stoke Slalom Collective. We are live streaming Luna Slalom Jam. It's day 2 here in Brandon, Mississippi. We just finished tight, and we are going to open up practice for hybrid here soon, and then we'll get started around 7:30.
check, check. Hey, stream. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check 1, 2. Well, if you haven't yet, subscribe to Stoke Slalom's Collective. Watch our videos. We have some YouTube videos up in our channel. We've done things from Texas Sizzler, Honky Tonk Nationals last year, Lunar Slalom Jam last year. And you can rewatch. It's the same hill, so you can watch the recap of the video there, as well as some training vlogs of some of us that are on the channel. Thanks for watching our stream today. All right, hey, stream. We are all set up for hybrid. Thanks for sticking around. Well, let's switch it. Here goes Leola. Here goes Will Fogel taking a run on the hybrid course. We just got the courses duplicated. And hybrid is just now starting. So we're going to give it about 30, 45 minutes of practice, and then we'll get started with qualification for hybrid. It's going to be a late night again. That's part of the Luna thing, so we will keep running all night until we're done. We have no curfew, so we're not scared to keep going under the lights at night. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to mute the mic and let you guys watch practice. We'll come back when qualification starts.
everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Day 2 of Luna Slalom Jam in Brandon, Mississippi. We are getting started with our hybrid qualifying. And then, of course, we'll go into head-to-head. So we've got a full night ahead, full of racing. And we're just really excited to be live and have you all here with us. So thank you so much.
All right. Welcome to Luna Slalom Jam 2025. This is our hybrid slalom event. It is our last event of our Luna weekend. So y'all be sure to let them hear it. A lot of skaters here have traveled from across the country to be here in beautiful Brandon, Mississippi, skating with us tonight. So y'all be sure to cheer them on as they come down. For our skaters, our running order will be Luke Johns and Chuck Dinkins up first. Johns will be in the white, Chuck will be in the red. After that, we'll have Adam Mercado and Chris Larson. Adam will be in the white, Chris in the red. After that, Carlos Barbiaz and Lucas Polly. Chris Risk, Jeremy Kaufman, Ben Buckles, Will Fogel, Layola Kahaku, Frankie Rosario, Jennifer Copa, Sarah Bird, Issa Ruiz, Lynn Kramer, Jonathan Harms with Josh Bird. Lou Statman will go with Joseph Kyle Smith. And then George Pappas will run with Joe McLaren. All right, our first skater's up. It's going to be Luke Johns in the white. He is a local skater out of right here in Jackson, Mississippi. As well, he's going to be going up against Chuck Dinkins. Chuck is a longtime skateboarder out of Florida. He's been joining the slalom scene lately, and he's been tearing it up. So we'll see who can get the faster time here. These are qualifying runs. They are running against the clock. They are not yet running against each other. We'll move into our head-to-head final elimination after we all get qualified. Each skater will take 2 qualifying runs. Here's the first. Each skater here has the option to roll in off of our ramp to get a little bit of a faster start. Does make the course a little trickier for you, but you also can just start off the ground like Luke Johns in the white lane did. You can get in there and get fast, but it's just not going to be quite as fast. Luke making it through. Few cones down, maybe 2. Nice run from Chuck Dinkins. All right, up next we've got Adam Mercado in the white. Chris Larson in the red. Chris is also another local here in Jackson, Mississippi. He is a part of our Roadkill racing team, bringing you slalom skateboarding to the Jackson area. Adam Mercado is out of Colorado. He's a vert skater, but he's been joining the slalom scene in the past couple months, and he is absolutely shredding. Looks like we're waiting on some cones. Lisa, looks like we're looking for cone counts. Is your radio working? I'm not hearing you, Lisa. Oh, we got you. Hey, take this one. We need that one up here. Does that one work? All right, we're just swapping out some radios. Been a long day of slalom skateboarding here. Gonna get our cone marshal her radio. All right. We are ready to rumble, I think, now. Adam Mikado in the white. Chris Larson is in the red. Skaters, you ready? This is Adam Mercado out of Colorado with Chris Larson, a local from Nashville or Jackson native. Adam is absolutely shredding up that hill. Chris is going to pump it as well. Nice finish from both of those skaters. That is likely going to put Adam in the front of our qualifying pack. But as we go, these skaters are situated in their ranking position. So their world ranking has determined our running order. So that means we're going to get a little bit faster and faster as we move through these skaters. Up next, we've got Carlos Barbiaz in the white and Lucas Polly in the red. Then we'll have Chris Risk and Jeremy Kaufman. After that, Ben Buckles and Will Fogel will be on deck. Yeah, Ana Mercado got a 14.829. So he is in the first right now. This is Luke Polly in the red lane out of West Virginia. Carlos Barbiaz in the white lane out of Oregon. Both of these skaters traveling to be here with us in Brandon, Mississippi tonight. And Luke is charging up that nice finish for both of those skaters. A few cones down for Carlos, but a nice run from Luke. All right, Adam Ricardo still sitting in our first position. Up next, Chris Risk and Jeremy Kaufman. Carlos squeaked into second position so far with a 15.513, but Adam Ricardo with a 14.829 is still in our first place position. He is the time to beat right now. Adam Mercado with 14.829. All right, Jeremy Kaufman out of Kentucky is on the red lane. Chris Risk out of West Virginia, the host of our Radler race every year in West Virginia, has pulled out of the course. Jeremy Kaufman is still going straight ahead. He has got one cone down so far. He's going to charge up those last straights, and he is in. Chris Risk had a DQ. One cone down for Jeremy Kaufman. Up next, Will Fogel out of Florida with Ben Buckles out of Illinois. Ben is in the white lane, Will Fogel in the red. Will Fogel in the red lane out of Florida against Ben Buckles in the white lane out of Illinois. Y'all let them hear you as you go by. Yeah. Will absolutely charging up that straights at the bottom. So is Ben. Pretty clean run from both of them. One cone each for those skaters. One cone each. Now each cone that is hit on this course adds a 1/10 of a second to their time. Each skater is allowed 8 cones. If they hit 9, they're done. That's a DQ. Up next, we're going to move into some women. Leola Kahaku will be in the white lane. Frankie Rosario will be in the red. Then we'll have Jennifer Copa, Sarah Bird, Issa Ruiz, and Lynn Kramer before we move into our top 6 men.
All right, we got Frankie and Leola coming down now. Frankie is a part of our USA national team for 2025. Leola is battling for the last spot on that team for this year that this is a qualifier for. It looks like she unfortunately pulled out, but good run there for Frankie. Up next, we are going to have Jennifer Copa and Sarah Bird Compton. Sarah grew up in Jackson, Mississippi, local girl. And let's give a huge shout out to the whole entire Bird family. Sarah Bird Compton has been your amazing MC all weekend, killing it on the mic and on the course. Hard to do both. Josh Bird has been helping out with just about everything and won the tight slalom today and beat a guy who I heard is hard to beat. Christy Bird has been running our live stream all weekend, and Ricky Bird is your head race organizer. So again, let's give a big round of applause for the whole entire Bird family. Thank you guys so much.
And thank you, Joe. And thank you.
Both of these skaters looking really clean. Looks like a really tight race here. They're coming down. Oh, Sarah hit a few there. Looks like she crossed a little bit before Jen, but really tight racing there. Next up, we are going to have Issa Ruiz from Santa Fe, New Mexico, and Lynn Kramer out of San Diego. This is going to be a great race here. Lynn is the 17-time women's world champion. Issa has been a longtime skater, skating for over 20 years now, and been killing it lately. So this will be an exciting one to watch. Issa is also one of the women battling for that last spot on our 2025 USA Slalom Skateboarding National Team. It's like a cone for each of them at the top here. Good run there for both of them. Next up, we are going to move into the top pro men. We have the next 6 skaters are some of the best men in the world. And one of them coming up is Josh Bird, Jackson native, winner of the tight slalom.
And I'd really like to give a big shout out to Caleb Rowe. That's right. He has stepped up and been helping us in every single way possible. And he is probably so embarrassed that I'm saying this, but he's our bestie, and we are so thankful. So yay for Caleb Rowe and really the whole Rowe family as well.
All right. Adam Mercado is still our top time to beat. He has a 14.829. So he's up in the higher 14s. We're going to see if anybody can break 14.829 and move into that top spot. But like Joe said, these are our top 6 men in the country. Each of them is ranked in the world rankings for this season. All right, moving into our top 6 men, Josh Bird is going to be in the red lane. Jonathan Harms is in the white lane. Josh Bird, a local Nashville, he's a native of Jackson, currently living in Nashville, Tennessee. He is currently ranked 16 in the world. So this is the 16th skater in the world ranked this season. Jonathan Harms, former member of the USA team, also looking for a spot on the 2025 team. They are both going to tear down this course, so get ready and let them hear it as they go by. Cheer them on. This is Josh Bird out of Jackson, Mississippi in the red lane, and Jonathan Harms in the white lane out of St. Louis, Missouri. They are going to charge up this spot and probably get the fastest time over Adam Mercado. Let's see. We'll see where that puts them. They were both pretty clean. Clean runs all around for those two. Clean runs, clean runs. Up next, Lou Statman in the white lane versus Joseph Kyle Smith in the red lane. Joseph Kyle Smith is a national team rider for the USA. He is competing and representing his country in slalom skateboarding. Lou Statman is looking to get on that team. We will take one more man and one more woman to complete our USA 2025 team this weekend. Will be decided. Let's see what they can do. Joseph Kyle Smith in the red lane out of Kentucky, living in West Virginia. Texas outlaw out of Austin, Texas in the white lane, Lou Statman. Joseph Kyle Smith is tearing it up right now. He's trying to beat a 14.450 from Josh Bird, who moved into the first position. We'll see if he did it. A nice run from both of those skaters. 1 cone down for Lou Statman, 2 for Joseph Kyle Smith. As a reminder, those cones add 0.1 of a second to your time for each one hit.
Hey, Joe McLaren, I restarted your iPhone. Joe McLaren.
All right, Joe McLaren is on the red lane. George Pappas is in the white lane. Joe McLaren and George Pappas are looking to beat a 14.450, but let's see where Joseph Kyle Smith ended up. Nope, he did not do it. Josh Bird remains as our fastest qualifying time so far with a 14.450. These dudes are going to try and beat that. Racers, are you ready? This is your 9-time current reigning world champion in the red lane, Joe McLaren out of Colorado. George Pappas in the white lane is also out of Colorado. He is a mentor to many skateboarders. Let's see if they can beat a 14.450. Hey, Will Fogel. No, you're good. Clean run for Joe McLaren. George Pappas had one down, I believe. All right, that is our first round of qualifying. First round of qualifying, Joe McLaren, our 9-time world champion, did move into the first position, a 14.426 over Josh Bird's 14.450. So that is 0.025 between those two skaters. Very, very close racing here between our top 6 skaters. Our top 6 are all in the 14s within 0.5 of a second of each other. For our first round of qualifying, we've got Joe McLaren in the 1 spot, Josh Bird in the 2, Adam Mercado in the 3, Joseph Kyle Smith in the 4th, George Pappas in 5, Jonathan Harms at 6, Lou Statman in the 7th position, Carlos Barbiaz in the 8th, Lynn Kramer, our fastest woman in the hill, in the 9th position. 10th will be Luke Polly, Will Fogel in 11th, Frankie Rosario in 12. 13 is Sarah Bird. 14, Jennifer Copa. 15, Chuck Dinkins. 16, Ben Buckles. 17 is Miss Issa Ruiz. 18, Chris Larson. 19, Jeremy Kaufman. 20th is Mr. Luke Johns. Chris Risk and Leola both had DQs, so they're looking to get on the board. All right, we are going to begin our second round of qualifying. We're going to do one more qualifying run, and then we will begin our head-to-head bracket, where we will enter elimination round. Up first, Luke Johns in the white, or in the red, Chuck Dinkins in the white. Chuck Dinkins out of Florida in the white. Luke Johns out of Jackson, Mississippi, a local boy in the red. So y'all be sure to let him hear it. This Mississippi native out here skating. He's been a long-time skater. Used to hang out at the skate shop in town. Came back and enjoyed some slalom. Nice run from both of them. We'll see if that bettered either of their time. Chuck Dinkins was sitting in 15th position after his first run with Luke Johns. Luke Johns within 20. We'll see if that improved. 4 runs in the red, or 4 cones in the red for Luke Johns. All right, up next, the dude holding on to our 3rd position, Adam Mercado in the red lane, and a local skater, Chris Larson, in the white lane. Adam Mercado is looking to hold on to that 3rd position, hoping to get on the overall podium for hybrid slalom. He's currently got a 14.829. He needs to beat a 14.426, so he was within half a second. We've got a cone missing on the course. Could we take a look at our course, make sure everything's in place? On the white lane. Sorry, red lane. Right in front of Lisa. Can we give that a check? Make sure everything is in place. on the red lane. Yep, straight ahead. All right, looks like our course has been fixed. Thank you to our cone heads. They are out here tirelessly cleaning up our course for us as we knock them all down. So thank you to our cone heads. All right, we are ready to get started with Adam, our third position in qualifying so far in the red lane, and Chris Larson, a local Jackson native, in the white. Adam had a 14.829 on his first run. Both of them looking to stay in. They've got a few cones down, but looks like he's still on the right side. Oh, Adam has pulled out. So he will hope that his 14.829 carries him along and keeps that position in third place. Looks like Chris Larson. Three cones down for Chris Larson in the white. Adam is going to try to hold on to that third position with his 14.829 from his first run. Mr. George Pappas in fifth currently. Up next, we are going to have Carlos Barbiaz in the red, Lucas Polly in the white. All right, our racers are on the ramp. Carlos in the red, Lucas in the white. Carlos out of Oregon in the red, Luke Polly out of West Virginia in the white, both charging, trying to up their position. One cone down in the red for Carlos. Three down for Luke Polly in the white. Carlos was sitting in 8th position after his first run. We'll see if that bettered that. Lucas was in 10th. Up next, Chris Risk is in the red lane out of West Virginia. Jeremy Kaufman in the white lane out of Kentucky. After that, we'll have Ben Buckles and Will Fogel. And then we'll move into the ladies. So ladies, get ready. Jeremy Kaufman with a nice push to get started. Chris Riss taking a little bit of a slower approach, trying to get on the board. He's going to hit some cones. That's all right. Every cone hit just adds a 1/10 of a second. Oh, he wasn't able to get that one. Jeremy Kaufman charging ahead, though. Yeah, pumping through those last cones. That last bit is a little bit uphill, so it really comes down to battle of the pump. Can you pump it up that hill and stay in and stay clean? All right, up next, Ben Buckles in the red lane. Will Fogel in the white, right? Yeah, Will Fogel in the white. Up next, we'll have 3 matchups of women skaters on the hill. So you guys be sure to cheer for those ladies as they come down, including the 17-time world champion, Lynn Kramer, will run here in a little bit. We've got some slalom skateboarding greats in the house. 2 many-time world champions are skating here with us this weekend, and many members of the USA national team. Ben Buckles in the red, Will Fogel out of Florida in the white. They're trying to keep it clean. Ben's going to try and clean it up now at the end. Will is charging ahead on that white course, using those arms to really pump through it and get up that hill. Nice run from Will Fogel. Clean run from Will Fogel in the white lane. Nice run from Will. Joe McLaren is still our time to beat with a 14.426. Our top 5 skaters all being in the 14-second mark. Up next, we're moving into some lady matchups. We got Frankie Rosario in the white lane out of California, and Leola Kahaku out of California as well in the red lane. Frankie is a USA team rider.
Frankie charging down the course there, looking good. Oh, jinxed her a little bit there. But Leola had a good run. She DQ'd her first run, so I'm sure she's going to be happy to get a qualifying time there. And next up, we are going to have the matchup of Jennifer Copa and Sarah Bird Compton. After the first run, it looks like Sarah was in the 13th spot, Jennifer Copa in the 14th spot. Great start there by Jennifer Copa. These ladies are neck and neck right now, coming down to the finish line here. Couple cones for each of them, but fast runs. All right, on the white lane, we are going to have the 17-time world champion and Skateboard Hall of Fame inductee, Lynn Kramer. And on the red lane, we are going to have the 2022 Giant Slalom World Champion, or sorry, not World Champion, second, I believe. And she is from Santa Fe, New Mexico, Isa Ruiz. Getting the course set here for these two. right, good run there for those two. Let's see here. So, looking back at the women, Leola obviously increased her time, getting that time after the DQ. And it looks like Jennifer Copa did not improve her time. And Sarah Bird Compton had a little bit of a slower time as well. Waiting for the update on Lynn and Issa there. It looks like Lynn bumped up to the 9th place position, and it looks like Issa unfortunately was not able to improve her time.
All right, we got through our women. Now we're going to move into our top 6 men. Up first, we have Josh Bird in the white lane and Jonathan Harms in the red lane. Josh is from Jackson, Mississippi. He's a local boy here, so y'all be sure to cheer him on. This is Jonathan Harms out of St. Louis, Missouri in the red lane, and Josh Bird from Jackson, Mississippi in the white lane. Y'all be sure to cheer him on as they go by. Let them hear ya. Jonathan Harms has pulled out, and that will be a DQ for him, so he is hoping his time will hold. Jonathan Harms was in 6th position, and I do believe he'll hold on to that position, as the only matchups we have left have already seeded higher than him. So, Josh Bird was looking to improve his time. He had a 14.450 in his first run, which is just behind our number 1 qualifier. He's hoping to bump up and beat his pal, Joe McLaren, who has a 14.426. Joe McLaren is the man to beat with a 14.426. This is Joseph Kyle Smith in the white lane. He's sitting in 4th position currently behind Adam Mercado. Lou Statman out of Austin, Texas in the red lane, who's sitting in 7th position. They're hoping to move up a little bit, get a better seed for that bracket. Racers, are y'all ready? All right, this is Joseph Kyle Smith out of West Virginia or Kentucky, depending on the day, and tucking through as Lou Statman tries to catch him. Lou Statman is out of Austin, Texas in the red lane. They're both going to pump up that hill and try to improve that time. We'll see if Joseph Kyle Smith's tucking to get through this headwind that he just got on this last run helped him. He was sitting in 4th position. We'll see if he can move up. He one cone down for Joseph Kyle Smith in the white. All right, we have one more qualifying run before we move into our head-to-head bracket to eliminate as we move down to our top skater. Joe McLaren is going to opt out of his 2nd practice run. He's dealing with an injury after falling earlier today, so he is going to hope that his 14.426 holds. But George Pappas out of Colorado on a almost 10-week-old hip, having a hip replacement 9.5 weeks ago, he is going to skate down this and try to improve his position. He is sitting in 5th place currently. 60 years old out of Colorado, about to shred down this hill. George Pappas is up on the ramp. You ready, racer? So, as a reminder, he is running alone because Joe McLaren has opted out of his second. He is sitting in first position, so he's hoping that his 14.426 will hold. George Pappas sitting in fifth with a 14.938. He's trying to better that time and bump up a little bit. Let's hear it for George. Almost 61 years old out on this hill. If you said that you were too old to skateboard, George is going to prove you wrong. He is running on an almost 10-week-old fresh hip replacement. So y'all be sure to cheer him on as he comes down. He is pumping up that hill. Nice run from George. A few cones down, but not too shabby. George had 3 cones down, but we'll see if that time was good enough to improve. It looked fast. That is going to end our qualifying, though. We're going to move into our head-to-head bracket and dwindle it down race by race. Each racer will get to race twice against their matchup. Their final seed after this qualifying will place them into that bracket. Our top 10 skaters will get a bye. Into the round of 16, we will start with a bracket of 32. George Pappas did not improve on his position. It was also not an improvement on his time. He had a 14.938, and that was his fastest time of the qualifying, so he will stay in 5th position. So after qualifying, from the bottom, Chris Risk is going to be number 22. Luke Johns in 21st place. 20th position is going to be Jeremy Kaufman. 19th is Chris Larson. 18th, Leola Kahaku. 17th, Issa Ruiz. In the 16th spot, Ben Buckles. 15th spot is going to be Chuck Dinkins. Jennifer Copa in 14. Sarah Bird in 13. Frankie Rosario in the 12th spot. Will Fogel in the 11th. Lucas Polly in 10. Our fastest woman on the hill, Lynn Kramer, in the 9th spot. Carlos Barbiaz in the 8th position. Lou Statman at 7. Jonathan Harms at 6. George Pappas in 5th. Joseph Kyle Smith at 4th. 3rd is Adam Mercado. In 2nd spot, from Jackson, Mississippi, Josh Bird. And in our first position in the qualifying, 9-time world champion out of Colorado, Joe McLaren. We're going to get our bracket settled, and then we will move into our head-to-head racing. All right, so 10 of our skaters are going to get byes into the next round. The rest of them are going to have to skate into the next round. So for our matchups, we are going to see Ben Buckles and Issa Ruiz first. After that, we will see Sarah Bird and Jeremy Kaufman, followed by Frankie Rosario and Luke Johns. And then we'll see Chuck Dinkins versus Leola Kahaku. So our skaters that got byes, the skaters that can sit down for a minute while we run this round of 32, is going to be Joe McLaren, Carlos Barbiaz, Lynn Kramer, Joseph Kyle Smith, George Pappas, Josh Bird, Lou Statman, Luke Polly, Adam Mercado, Jonathan Harms. If I just said your name, you can sit for a little bit. You have been passed on into the round of 16 automatically. Our first race up is going to be Mr. Ben Buckles. Thank you. Ben Buckles is going to be in our white lane. Issa Ruiz is going to be in our red lane. We are moving into our elimination round now. So each of these skaters will get to skate in each lane before we move on and decide one of the skater will move on. All right, we're working out our bracket real quick. And then we'll get started in our head-to-head. For our head-to-head bracket, each skater will get to skate in each lane once. The best of those 2 runs will move on. So after the first run, some skater will have an advantage, and the other skater will have to make it up to be able to move on. We will eliminate 1 skater per matchup until we get down to our round of 16, and then we will continue on. All right, we're working on our bracket a little bit. Then we'll get going. Want to give a huge shout out to our sponsors making this happen. Main Street, Brandon, and Meredith McCullough have been a huge help. Huge shout out to Brandon to make this happen and allow us to bring all of these skaters from across the country to have you enjoy them this evening. Thank you to Brandon Main Street Association. Give them a round of applause. Revel Ace Hardware. For all your hardware needs, they have a shop over on Spillway Road. Be sure to stop in and see Mr. Mark Larson and his team for all of your hardware needs. Why shop at a big store when you can go to a local store and support your local neighbors? Our host of this event is Mississippi Grassroots Slalom. They've been hosting events in the Mississippi area for almost 25 years, since the 2000s. They've been hoping to grow the sport here, bring new people in, and grow and bring this fun sport to the area. Our local racing team here is Roadkill Racing. We've got a few skaters here representing Roadkill Racing. They're all of your skaters from right here in Jackson, Mississippi. So we give a big shout out to Roadkill Racing. Our co-host of the event, La Costa Racing Team. La Costa Racing Team promotes a healthy lifestyle and slalom skateboarding racing all across the country. They are mostly located in California, but they are a racing team that comprises of skaters from all across the country. They help host events and make this stuff possible all across the country. So huge shout out to La Costa Racing Team. If you're seeing our skaters wear some nice orange shirts, those were made by our friends at Lucid Inc. Huge shout out to Lucid Inc., their screen printing shop over in Pearl, Mississippi, specializing in t-shirts and apparel. Huge shout out to Lucid Inc. for supplying our racers with their race t-shirts this weekend. Huge shout out to them. Forgotten Coast Booking is responsible for our PA setup this weekend and making sure that you guys can hear us and have some music on the hill. So huge shout out to Forgotten Coast Booking, bringing you shows to the Jackson area. If you're interested in some live music, be sure to check out Haywire and No Guard at Hal & Mal's on June 5th. Another one of our race sponsors here this weekend, Riptide Sports, offering bushings and other skating accessories. Tracy and Brad bring a focus on rider safety and providing high-quality products that fit the community wants and needs for the slalom world. Huge shout-out to Tracy and Brad for supporting Luna Slalom Jam this weekend. Riptide Sports. Skate Kings is also a proud sponsor of Luna Slalom Jam. They are owned by longtime slalom community members Richie and Maria Carrasco. Skate Kings is a full-service online store for all things slalom and skateboarding in general. If you're interested in getting a slalom setup, if you're enjoying what you're seeing here tonight and want to give it a try, be sure to reach out to Richie and Maria at skatekings.com. Thank you guys for hanging out with us this evening. Joining us at Luna Slalom Jam 2025. Want to give a big shout out to our hosts of this evening, Mississippi Grassroots Slalom, bringing you slalom skateboarding to the Jackson area for more than 25 years. Want to give a big shout out to Ricky Bird Dog, for making this event happen year after year in the Jackson area. Huge shout out to Ricky Bird for making this happen. Also want to give a big shout out to our timing extraordinaire up at the top, working through all this bracket stuff and making sure that our skaters have a smooth event, taking down their times and their cones. Mr. Stephen Blaine is up at the top of the hill, taking care of us all weekend. Let's give it up for Stephen Blaine. This is reportedly his last race. We'll see. After that, whoever had the best of those two runs will move on. The other is done for the evening and gets to sit down. After that, we'll move on to our round of 16. Our top 10 skaters this evening have buys into the round of 16. So we're going to see who can join them and take those final spots in the round of 16. Look at this little shredder taking a bomb down the hill. He's got a helmet on, so keeping it safe. All of our racers here take their safety seriously. They're required to wear a helmet by our International Slalom Skateboarding Association. In these races, safety is the top priority for all of our skaters. So, while I love that you just shredded that hill, dude, let's take it off so that we can get started here in a minute. All right. Thank you guys for coming out to Luna Slalom Jam. We know it's getting late. We also know that Stained is playing, so you're giving up seeing Stained to be here this evening. We appreciate you joining. Breaking Benjamin's pretty cool, though. All right, our first round in this round of 16, seeing who can squeak into that round of 16, is going to be Isa Ruiz and Ben Buckles. Isa Ruiz is all the way from Santa Fe, New Mexico to be here with us this evening. Ben Buckles from Illinois. Isa Ruiz representing Time Ship Racing. Ben Buckles representing Infidels Racing Crew. Y'all be sure to let them hear it as they go down. Get them hyped, get them stoked. All right. All right, we are ready to roll here in our bracket head-to-head racing. Isa Ruiz in the red, Ben Buckles in the white. Let them hear it as they go down. This is Isa Ruiz fighting to get on the national team this weekend with Ben Buckles in the white. Isa Ruiz out of Santa Fe, New Mexico. Ben Buckles out of Illinois. Let them hear it as they go by. They're going to charge up this hill. Looks like Isa Ruiz is going to get across the line just a little bit more than Ben Buckles. Ben had at least a cone down. Isa did too. So we'll see where that puts him.
All right, 3 cones for the white lane, 1 cone for the red lane. Big shout out to SBC, who's been on the mic most of the day. You're only hearing me and other people when she has to actually get up and go race, because she's also an incredible slalom skater. And thank you all for joining us for Luna Slalom Jam 2025. Whether you're on the hill or tuning in from home, we are so grateful to have you here with us today. All right, we've got Sarah Bird and Jeremy Kaufman. Looks like Sarah pulled off on the ramp. Jeremy did not. Clean run for the red and one cone for the white. So that was one cone for Sarah, and it was a clean run from Jeremy. But even still, Sarah Bird has it by 1.3 seconds. In the white lane, we have Frankie Rosario, and in the red, we have Luke Johns.
Luke Johns from Jackson, Mississippi, your local native. So here, cheer him on as he goes down. Oh, he slid out on that one, so he's just going to tuck it and have a fun run. Frankie is charging up that hill, so she is going to try to take it a little serious. Nice run from Frankie. A clean run from Frankie Rosario, so she will take a 1.75 second advantage. If the skater you're racing against pulls out and DQs in any way, you take a 1.75 second advantage. Makes it really hard to come back from in the second round. Our next matchup in the round of 32 is going to be Chuck Dinkins in the white with Leola Kahaku in the red. All right, our racers are ready. This is California versus Florida. Leola Kahaku in the red lane and Chuck Dinkins in the white lane. Leola is our youngest skater here this weekend at 16 years old, so y'all give it up as she goes by. Chuck Dinkins is out of Florida. He is charging, but they are looking pretty neck and neck. We'll see what the times say. Not many cones down on that run, so it'll come down to time. Clean runs all around. Very nice runs from Leola and Chuck. Up next, we're going to have Jennifer Copa in the white lane, followed by Chris Larson in the red lane. Then we'll have Will Fogel in the white and Chris Risk in the red. All right, as a reminder, our top 10 skaters have moved on to the round of 16 automatically, so we are seeing who else is going to join them in the round of 16. So we're taking 6 more skaters. In this matchup, we are going to see California Jennifer Copa in the red lane versus Jackson, Mississippi, Chris Larson in the white lane. Skaters, can you please swap ramps? Jennifer is going to be in the white, Chris in the red. Sorry about that, y'all. All right, they're going to get on their correct ramp this go around. Jennifer Copa is hoping to get a spot on the USA team. She was on the USA team last year representing the USA in Italy at the World Skate Games. She's hoping she can do it again. We'll be taking our top woman and top man that's not already on the team this year to finish out our team for the 2025 season. This is Jennifer Copa out of California against Chris Risk out of Jackson, Mississippi. Y'all let him hear it as he goes by. Support your local skater. Chris Larson in the red lane. Sorry about that. Chris Risk is actually on the next one, but he is actually not going to run. So he is going to let Will Fogel into that round of 16. Chris Risk is going to decide not to run. So that means that Will Fogel will automatically go into our round of 16. Will is going to take the run, though. He don't want to save those legs, I guess. All right, this is Will Fogel from Florida taking a fun run. His skater already gave his competition already gave him the bye into the round of 16, but he wants to take it, maybe work on some form, get some extra practice in before he moves on to the round of 16. Nice run from Will Fogel. Looked pretty clean. Thanks for leaving the course clean, Will. All right. After our first run, so Issa Ruiz versus Ben Buckles, Issa Ruiz has a 0.264 advantage over Ben Buckles. Sarah versus Jeremy Kaufman. Sarah Bird has a 1.308 second advantage. In the matchup of Frankie versus Luke, Frankie has a 1.75 second advantage since Luke DQ'd on that run. In the matchup of Chuck Dinkins and Leola, Chuck has a 0.383 second advantage. So a pretty close race there. Jennifer Copa has a 1.918 second advantage over Chris Larson. All right, one more round of this round of 32 before we turn it over to the round of 16. That's where we'll see our top 10 skaters again. They got to take a little break, but if you're in the top 10 skaters that got to bye, y'all start getting ready. Head up the hill. Up first, Issa Ruiz versus Ben Buckles. Issa Ruiz is going to be in the white lane. Ben Buckles in the red. Issa has a .264 second advantage in this matchup. So Ben will have to make up .264 over Issa to take it on this one. Let's see if he can do it. Issa Ruiz on the white lane knocked one, but I don't think it left its circle, so it'll be all right. Issa Ruiz from Santa Fe, New Mexico. Ben Buckles from Illinois. It looked like Issa crossed the line first, so she will probably take that one. All right, I gotta go skate.
All right. Issa Ruiz has a .403 second advantage, so she will be moving on to the round of 16. And up next we have Sarah Bird Compton, and Jeremy Kaufman. Jeremy Kaufman's in the white lane. SBC is in the red. And they are off. Sarah pulls off the ramp. So far, some pretty clean runs. Maybe. Sarah definitely got over that finish line first. That was one red cone, so one cone for SBC and two cones for Jeremy Kaufman. And Sarah did go into this run with a 1.3 second advantage. So it looks like Sarah Bird will be advancing to the round of 16. And up next we have Frankie Rosario and Luke Johns. Luke will be in the white lane. Frankie will be in the red. On Luke's last run, he did have a DQ, so this run he is looking to just get a time and hope that it's good enough, and we're rooting for you. They are off. Frankie in the red lane definitely got over that finish line first. And she did go into this run with a 1.75 second advantage. And that was 4 cones for the white 1 cone for the red, so looks like Frankie will be moving on.
All right. Skaters that have clinched. It looks like it's a women's run of the round of 32. Issa Ruiz has moved on, as well as Sarah Bird, Frankie Rosario. Let's see if Leola can join her fellow lady skaters in the round of 32 or the round of 16. She is shredding, but so is Chuck Dinkin. She's got a cone down. She is charging. Chuck has pulled out, so she makes it through and gets a good time. On the last run, Chuck and Leola only had a 0.383 second difference, so that means that with a 1.75 second penalty by Chuck Dinkins for the DQ, Leola Kahaku is going to move on to the round of 16, making it a full women's run of the round of 16. Let's see if Jennifer Copa can join the ladies. Up next, we've got Jennifer Copa against Chris Larson. Jennifer Copa in the red, Chris Larson in the white. Chris is a native here out of Jackson, Mississippi. Jennifer Copa out of California. She was a member of the USA Slalom skateboarding team last year and got to represent the U.S. in Italy at the World Skate Games. She is hoping to get back on that team for the 2025 season. Looks like she almost might have pulled that a little early. Up here we have a random beep for the fourth beep. Skaters cannot go until that fourth beep happens, but it is at random times. Jennifer's charging, but Chris is not far behind her. Jennifer making a pretty clean run of it. Nice run from Chris Larson. However, with that 1.75 advantage that Jennifer Copa had over Chris Larson after their first run, I do believe that means that Jennifer Copa is going to move on to the round of 16. That means 5 women went into the round of 32. 5 women are coming out of the round of 32 and moving on to the 16, joined by Will Fogel. So, moving on to our round of 16. First matchup, USA Slalom Skateboarding on both sides. Joe McLaren is going to race Issa Ruiz. As you can see, much anticipated. After that, we'll have Carlos Barbiez and Lynn Kramer. Joseph Kyle Smith and Sarah Bird. George Pappas will race Frankie Rosario. Josh Bird will have Leola Kahaku. Lou Statman and Luke Polly, the Lou's. Adam Ricardo will get Jennifer Copa, and Jonathan Harms will race Will Fogel.
All right. Coming up is myself and Issa Ruiz. Issa took me out earlier, making me crash. So I am going to try to get payback and take her out racing.
I just wanted to shout out Joe McLaren, president of USA Slalom Skateboarding. But I forgot he was the president, so I just had to make sure. This will be a good race between Joe McLaren and Issa Ruiz. They're going to start off our round of 16. And once again, thank you to everyone who's come out to the hill to just watch, to support, has helped us in any way. We're so, so grateful for all of you to be a part of Luna Slalom Jam 2025. And for all of you watching at home on the live stream, thank you so much.
All right, this is the first matchup against Time Shift Racing's Issa Ruiz, 9-time world champion of the white lane, Joe McLaren. These two are really good friends, so it's really fun to watch them race. Joe did take it to her a little bit, and I don't think he was trying, so. A clean run on the white lane from Joe McLaren. 2 down for Issa Ruiz on the red lane. Up next, Carlos Barbiez out of Oregon is going to go against our 17-time world champion, Lynn Kramer. We're going to get these cones fixed. Thank you to our cone heads for making sure this course is put together for us. Can we check that cone that we just put back? Someone said it's not right. Can we just take a look? Looks like it's correct. Thank you for taking a look for us. There was a Oh, Carlos may have jumped the gun on that one. He tried to take it to Lynn on the start, but he might have jumped it. We'll see. Carlos Barbiez in the white lane is trying to knock out 17-time world champion in the red lane. Looks like he did cross the line maybe a little before her. We'll see if he false started. Carlos did false start on that one.
All right, we've got Sarah Bird Compton and Joseph Kyle Smith coming up next. Joseph Kyle Smith is in the white lane. SBC's in the red. All right, SBC, Joe Kai on the course. Both of them barreling down. clean runs for both. That was a clean run for Joseph Kyle Smith and a clean run for Sarah Bird Compton. And they crossed that finish line pretty close to each other. All right, it looks like Joseph Kyle Smith has a .223 second advantage. .223. That was some good racing. All right, up next we have George Pappas and Frankie Rosario. George is in the white lane. Frankie is in the red. George and Frankie coming down the course. They are staying very close to each other. And that was a clean run for both George Pappas and Frankie Rosario. And it looks like Frankie by .006. So close. Both clean and very, very close.
That might have been a matchup of the year right there. Frankie Rosario took it to 60-year-old George Pappas with a fresh hip. He got a hip replacement 9.5 weeks ago. So if you say you can't get out on a skateboard because you're old or got a hip replacement, I don't want to hear it because George Pappas is out here. Up next, Loyola Kahaku is going to take on Jackson native Josh Bird. Josh Bird in the white lane out of Jackson, Mississippi, currently living in Nashville, Tennessee. Loyola Kahaku on the red lane, was a member of the USA team last year. She's hoping to get a spot this year to represent the USA. She got a little squirrely there at the end, but Josh Bird, I think, took the advantage on that one. Up next, we're going to Lou Statman against Lucas Polly. Lou is from Texas, Austin, Texas, part of our Texas Outlaw crew. Luke Polly out of West Virginia, part of HISS, the hillbillies of slalom skateboarding is what they call themselves. Luke Polly has DQ'd on that run. Lou Statman is going to charge ahead to get a time. That means Luke Polly will be down by 1.75 seconds. All right, so Lou Statman will take the advantage on that round. Up next, we've got Adam Mercado out of Colorado against Californian Jennifer Copa. Adam is in the white lane, Jennifer in the red. This is our third qualifying position. Adam Mikado out of Colorado. Jennifer Copa in the red lane with one cone down so far out of California. Adam is charging ahead. He's got a nice, slow, pumping style. Nice run from Adam Mikado. A few down for Jennifer Copa. Adam is going to take the advantage on that one. Up next, Jonathan Harms in the white. Will Fogel in the red. He might be wishing he saved his legs a little bit because he's got to take up JBH himself. Jonathan Harms hand makes some boards that some skaters are riding out here. JBH PG boards. This is Will Fogel out of Florida in the red. St. Louis, Missouri. Jonathan Harms in the white. Jonathan, well, they're looking pretty neck and neck here. Jonathan knocked a cone. Maybe that gave him the advantage a little bit. They look to go over the line at pretty much the same time. We'll see who took the advantage on that one. It looks like they traded off one cone each. So one for white, one for red. So that'll keep them pretty neck and neck. It'll just come down to time. And Jonathan Harms did take the advantage in that round by 0.106 seconds. So in our first round for the round of 16, Joe McLaren versus Issa Ruiz. Joe McLaren has the 0.412 second advantage in the matchup of Lynn Kramer versus Carlos Barbiaz. Carlos DQ'd, so Lynn has a 1.75 second advantage. He's going to have to make that up against the 17-time world champion. Joseph Kyle Smith and Sarah Bird in that matchup. We've got a Joseph Kyle Smith with a 0.223 second advantage. He was real nice to me on that run. George Pappas versus Frankie Rosario. Frankie is ahead by 0.006 seconds. But this is Issa Ruiz versus Joe McLaren. Issa Ruiz out of Santa Fe, New Mexico. Joe McLaren out of Colorado. Joe McLaren is a 9-time world champion. He's having some fun with his friend on the course right now. He's not taking it too seriously, saving his legs for that final. Nice run from Issa Ruiz. Looked to be pretty clean from both of those riders. A real fun one from them.
Clean runs from both Joe and Issa. And in that run, Issa actually had an advantage over Joe by 0.33 seconds, but Joe's going to move forward. And this is Carlos and Lynn Kramer. And between Lynn Kramer and Carlos, it looks like Lynn's going to go forward with a 2.3 second advantage. And up next we have Joseph Kyle Smith and Sarah Bird Compton. Sarah's in the white lane. Joe Kai's in the red. Sarah and Kyle are barreling down the course, cheering each other on. Close racing for Sarah Bird Compton and Joseph Kyle Smith. And it looks like Joseph Kyle Smith had a clean run. So he will be advancing to the round of 8. And now we have George Pappas and Frankie Rosario. So far, our first 3 in the round of 8 are going to be Joe McLaren, Lynn Kramer, and Joseph Kyle Smith. And we'll see who's going to make it next, either George Pappas or Frankie Rosario. Frankie has a .006 second advantage. And George Pappas is going to go through to our round of 8. Frankie got him the first run, and George got a .244 on that second run, so he will move forward. And right now we have Josh Bird and Leola Kahaku. And they are crushing it. That was a good matchup between Josh and Leola, but Josh is going to be moving forward. So our round of 8 so far is Joe McLaren, Lynn Kramer, Joseph Kyle Smith, George Pappas, and Josh Bird. And up next, we're going to have Lou Statman and Lucas Pauly. Lou's on red. Lucas is on the white. Close racing for Lou Statman and Lucas Pauly. Lou had a clean run and did have a 1.75 second advantage going into this. Which means Lou is going to advance into our round of 8. up next, we have Jennifer Copa and Adam Mercado. Adam does have the advantage going into this run.
All right, Adam Ricardo out of Colorado rides for Pavel in 161 trucks. Jennifer Copo riding for Skate Kings. Looks like Adam might have taken it to her on that one. He did have the advantage after the first round. All right, that was 3 down for Jennifer Copa, or Adam Mikado out of the white lane. So that's going to put Adam into the round of 16, or the round of 8. Up next, Jonathan Harms out of St. Louis, Missouri, riding JBHPG boards with Will Fogel out of Florida in the white lane. Jonathan Harms is a precision master in slalom skateboarding. He usually runs it. Oh, he hit one, but Will Fogel is also running pretty clean. Trades him back that cone. They're running pretty neck and neck with just one cone each. That's going to come down to just time, but Jonathan Harms had a 0.106 second advantage, so we'll see if Will Fogel was able to catch up and make that up. Wow. Okay. So after the first run, Jonathan Harms had a 0.106 second advantage. However, after the second run, Will Fogel had a 0.212 second advantage in that run. So that means that Will Fogel will take it by 0.106 seconds, kicking out Jonathan Harms in the round of 16. So, your top 8 here in hybrid slalom at the Luna Slalom Jam 2025. Joe McLaren, Lynn Kramer, the only woman getting through into the round of 8. Joseph Kyle Smith, George Pappas, Josh Bird, Lou Statman, Adam Mercado, and Will Fogel will be your top 8. All right, so our matchups for this round of 8. We're going to have world champion versus world champion. Len Kramer has more of them, 17 women's world champions. Joe McLaren, he's got 9, including the reigning world champion from Italy last year. He is your 2024 world champion. So this will be a run to remember. This will be Joe McLaren in the white lane versus Lynn Kramer in the red lane. All right, we're making sure that we're good to go for these skaters as we move into our fastest 8 on the hill. We're going to run them through each twice to decide who goes on to the round of 4. Then we'll run the round of 4 all the way through, each skater doing it twice, and then to see who's going to go on to the finals, who's going to go into the Consi round. And then we'll figure out who's going to be the top 3 for hybrid slalom at the Luna Slalom Jam. All right, looks like we're ready to go. World champion versus world champion on the hill. Only one of them's going to get through to that round of 4. Lynn Kramer is officially the fastest woman on the hill this weekend. She'll take home the first podium position for the women's category. Nice pull off the ramp from Lynn Kramer. Lynn Kramer is in the red lane. She is a 17-time world champion. Joe McLaren in the white lane, 9-time world champion. Y'all let him hear it. Looks like Joe McLaren might have passed the line just a little before. We'll see what the times say. Joe McLaren had a clean run. Looks like Lynn Kramer got 1 down, so that's going to add a 1/10 of a second to her time. With that being that close, Joe McLaren's likely going to take the advantage by 0.253 of a second. So a 1/4 of a second difference between Joe McLaren and Lynn Kramer, but Joe McLaren has the advantage. Up next, we've got Joseph Kyle Smith out of Kentucky or West Virginia, it depends on the day. And then we've got that against George Pappas out of Colorado. This is George Pappas in the red lane. He is turning 61 this year on a fresh hip, 9.5 weeks past a hip replacement, against Kyle Smith in the white lane out of Kentucky. He is a USA team rider, and he looks like he crossed the line before George Pappas. All right, in that matchup, Joseph Kyle Smith will take the advantage over George Pappas by 0.954 of a second. So a pretty close one, but almost a full second between them with the cones that were added. 1 cone for George Pappas was added. Clean run from Kyle Smith, giving him the advantage. Up next, Josh Bird, originally from Jackson, Mississippi, versus Lou Statman out of Texas. Lou Statman in the red lane. He's a Texas outlaw out of Austin, Texas. Josh Bird from Jackson, Mississippi. He currently lives in Nashville, Tennessee. He's riding a JBHPG board. Charging ahead. Josh Bird definitely crossed the line first and looked to have a clean run. So that's going to put him in the advantage. For our last matchup in the first round of the round of 8 is going to be Adam Mercado against Will Fogel. Adam's going to be in the white lane with Will Fogel in the red. After that run, Josh Bird had a 1.118 second advantage. Adam Picardo in the white. Will Fogel in the red. Colorado versus Florida. Once again, thank you for coming out to Luna Slalom Jam. We love to have you guys on the hill cheering on our skaters. Huge shout out to everyone that showed up and watched some skateboarding here in Brandon, Mississippi this weekend. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, Will tried to make the early pull to see if he could get the advantage off the line, but I don't know if it plays any difference to Adam's smooth style. He pumps hard. He has taken it back from him, but he has a cone down. Let's see what they can do in these last stretch. Adam will definitely cross the line first, but he had a few cones down, so we'll see what that difference is. It was 2 cones down for Adam. Clean run for Will Fogel. So we'll see what the times. That is going to be the advantage to Adam coming out of that first one. Adam Mercado will take the advantage by 0.385 of a second, so a little over 1/4 of a second. Nice run from both of the skaters. All right, that is our first round of the round of 8. So we've completed part 1. In that matchup, Joe McLaren has the advantage by a quarter of a second over Lynn Kramer. They are going to go again to see if Lynn can make that up to move on to the round of 4. Joe McLaren, 9 world championships. Lynn Kramer, 17 of them. This is Joe McLaren in the red lane, Lynn Kramer in the white lane, multiple world champions, considered the best of their division. Lynn has been dominating the world or the women's division for years. Same with Joe McLaren. He made a comeback this last year after some shoulder injuries and some constructive surgeries. So we're glad to have him back out on the hill. Clean run from Joe McLaren. Looks like Lynn Kramer had won with that advantage. I'm not sure she made it up. That will be Joe McLaren by 0.181 of a second, moving on to the round of 4. He's our first skater into the round of 4. Up next, Joseph Kyle Smith will take on George Pappas. Joseph Kyle Smith has the advantage by almost a full second, 0.954 of a second over George Pappas. All right, looks like we're ready to rumble. This is George Pappas in the white lane out of Colorado, 60 years old out here skating with us. Joseph Kyle Smith in the red lane out of Kentucky. Looks like he did have the advantage after the first one. Looks like he is pulling ahead from it. Oh, pretty close matchup at the end. Crossed pretty much at the same time. Clean run for Joseph Kyle Smith in the red lane. George Pappas looked to have one down. Our second skater moving into the round of 4. That is going to be Joseph Kyle Smith moving in to the round of 4 to compete for that podium spot. Joseph Kyle Smith has won Luna Slalom Jam the previous 2 years. So he's trying to be dethroned by some of these skaters out here, as he is the reigning champion for this race. This is Josh Bird in the red lane with Lou Statman in the white lane. All right, let these skaters hear it as you go by. This is Josh Bird from Jackson, Mississippi, racing in the red lane. Lou Statman from Austin, Texas in the white lane. These two have been skating together since Josh was a little kid, so it's fun to see Josh take it to him here. He crossed the line first, and that will be Josh Bird moving on to the round of 4. All right, our next matchup. Huge shout out to Ben Buckles out here providing some drone footage. If you see that drone go by, he's going to capture our final 4 races with some nice air footage. Shout out to Ben. All right, our final matchup of this round of 8 to decide our final 4. We've got Adam Mercado from Colorado in the red lane versus Will Fogel in the white lane. Adam is ripping down this hill. He wants that spot. Adam Mercado in the red lane out of Colorado versus Will Fogel out of Florida in the white lane. Adam is charging ahead, absolutely killing it. Beautiful run from Adam Mercado in that one. Nice job from Will Fogel to try and take it to him, but Adam is going to move on to our round of 4. Adam, in his second slalom race ever, is moving on to the round of 4 in the hybrid slalom. So, our final 4. We've got the 4 that have, or 3 of them have been in the top all weekend. Joe McLaren, Joseph Kyle Smith, Josh Bird. But a new one to that list, we better get used to seeing his name up there. That's Adam Mercado. All right, we've got our fastest 4 skaters on the hill are about to go head-to-head to decide who is going to get the top spot in hybrid slalom at Luna. This is another fun matchup. Joseph Kyle Smith out of Kentucky versus 9-time world champion Joe McLaren. They're looking pretty neck and neck in this run. Joe's going to have to pull it out if he wants to move on. Joseph Kyle Smith took it to him. Nice run. They crossed pretty much at the same time. We do have some cones down from Joe McLaren, the world champion, so we're going to see what that does to our time. Clean run from Joseph Kyle Smith. 1 down for Joe McLaren. With it being that close, that cone is going to make a difference. Let's see if it was enough of a difference. Joseph Kyle Smith took it to him. That's a 0.098 advantage to Joseph Kyle Smith in that first matchup against the world champion, Joe McLaren. Joseph Kyle Smith raced all of his friends and kicked him out. Now he's trying to do it again to the world champion. Adam Mercado on the red out of Colorado. This is his second slalom race ever, and he's in the top 4. Josh Bird out of Jackson, Mississippi is in the white lane. Josh is a USA national team rider. This is a hard one for me. Adam and I ride the same truck company. Josh is my brother, so Adam has got a little behind on that one. Josh is showing him the experience. Josh is showing him the experience here in the Final 4. The Final 4 really comes down to endurance. These skaters have been going up and down this hill for hours now. So it comes down to, can your legs hold up to all of this skating? Josh gets into top 4s quite a bit. Adam, second race, so it's going to be a good matchup. After that one, Josh Bird is going to have the advantage by 1.234 seconds. So a little over a second. All right, we're going to let these skaters get back up to the hill. Like I said, they're skating and then skating again. There's only 4 of them left, so that time to get back up is less and less between all of them. So up next, we're going to have Joe McLaren and Joseph Kyle Smith after they catch their breath. Skaters, please take a second, catch your breath once you get up here. But Joseph Kyle Smith in this matchup has an advantage over Joe McLaren by less than 1/10 of a second. So it is a very close matchup. It could go either way on that one. Want to thank you all for tuning in to Luna Slalom Jam, either on the hill or on the live stream. If you're watching at home, thank you for watching with us. If you're on the hill, thank you for coming out and sticking out with us. I know it's getting late here in Brandon, Mississippi, but we've still got some skating to get through, and it's going to be the most exciting skating of the night, so be sure to stick around. We are about to decide who will be in our final and who will go to the consolation round to fight for a spot on the podium. This matchup is Joseph Kyle Smith in the white lane, Joe McLaren, your 9-time world champion, in the red lane. Joseph Kyle Smith does have a 0.098 second advantage in this run. Joseph Kyle Smith got off quick off that ramp, but Joe McLaren muscled it. He did fall earlier today, so he's in a little bit of pain, but he's still going to show it to him because he is a 9-time world champion. It's going to be battle of the pump here at the end, and he is going to give it to him, it looks like. Joe McLaren pulling up there a little bit at the end to hand it to his buddy, Joseph Kyle Smith. 2 clean runs, though. Nice runs from those skaters. I know these skaters make it look easy to make a clean run on this course, but it is not. We saw lots of cones earlier, but now we're going to watch the best of the best do it. Yeah, on that run, a little bit of an upset. Joseph Kyle Smith is going to move on to our final 2 to fight to get back on the podium at Luna Slalom Jam and win it all. Joseph Kyle Smith moving on to the round of 2. We will see Joe McLaren in our consolation round. He will battle for 3rd place to get on that podium for hybrid slalom. Joseph Kyle Smith kicking out all his friends this evening. But we love him for it. This is Josh Bird in the red lane against Adam Mercado in the white lane. Adam is trying to make up over a second advantage on this run. Josh gave it to him on the first run by 1.234 seconds. I don't think Adam is going to make that up. That was a big gap to make up. He sure gave it his all, though. So cool to see Adam on the final 4. He's going to fight for a spot on the podium at his 2nd ever slalom race. Clean run from Josh Bird. Adam had 1 down, maybe the last cone of the course. And that will be Josh Bird moving on to the round of 2, the final round. All right, we're going to let these skaters breathe for a second, get up this hill. Our final matchup will be Joseph Kyle Smith, our reigning Luna champion from last year, against Josh Bird from Jackson, Mississippi. For the consolation round, so battling to get onto third position and get a spot on the podium for hybrid slalom, it's going to be Joe McLaren and Adam Mercado. We're having some really fun matchups that we don't see a lot at races this weekend, especially in hybrid slalom here. Our final is looking a lot like it did last year. Josh Bird and Joseph Kyle Smith battled in the final last year here as well. All right, these skaters are making their way up this hill. It's a long walk after giving your all on this course, and their legs are getting tired. They've got a few more runs to do though, because they are the fastest four on the hill. In our Consi round, it'll be 9-time world champion against new blood Adam Mercado. Josh Bird from Jackson, Mississippi will take it to Joseph Kyle Smith from Kentucky. A repeat of our final last year here at Luna. Now with the overall rankings, so after each event, we had 3 events here. We had 2 today. We had tight slalom earlier today. If you've been around since then, thank you for hanging out with us all day. It's been a long day of skateboarding here in Brandon, Mississippi. And then we had giant slalom last night. So we had 3 events total. After all that's said and done, we will add up our rankings and crown an overall champion, as well as an overall podium and an overall women's podium. So, Josh Bird and Joseph Kyle Smith are going to fight to be on that top spot. I'm betting it's pretty close overall as well, as they both won this weekend already. Joe has actually won this weekend, but we'll see what he can do getting on the 3rd place position. He's pretty beat up today. This is quite literally old blood versus new blood. Adam has been a long-time skateboarder, but he has joined the slalom scene here recently. This is his 2nd ever race versus 9-time world champion Joe McLaren. Looks like Joe is going to cross the line first. Adam trying to take it to him, though. He stayed with him pretty nice for a 9-time world champion. Clean run from Joe McLaren. Few down from Adam. Joe will take the advantage on that one. All right, up next. This will be a fun one, y'all. Josh Bird from Jackson, Mississippi, living in Nashville, Tennessee, a member of the local Roadkill Racing here in Jackson, Mississippi, against our longtime buddy, Joseph Kyle Smith, out of Kentucky or West Virginia. Both of these 2 riders are USA national team riders for the 2025 season. They are representing this country in slalom skateboarding and will go to compete at the World Championships. This will be the first run to decide our top spot in hybrid slalom. All right, this is our final round, the first round of our final. Josh Bird is grunting down the hill. You let him hear you as you come by. Joseph Kyle Smith is running a little ahead on this run. Josh Bird trying to take it to him in that last final stretch, and he might have caught up on that when they crossed the line pretty closely. Might have been a clean run on both sides as well, so it'll be just straight time on that one. No cones hit, so no time added. It'll come down to who crossed the line first. All right, we're going to let these skaters take a breath as they get up this hill. After our first round in the finals, for our consolation round for the third place position in the overall for hybrid slalom, Joe McLaren is leading that matchup by 1 second, 1.072 seconds. So a little over a second to make up on Adam's side. In our final, Joseph Kyle Smith and Josh Bird are separated by 0.157 seconds. So a little over a tenth of a second between them, or a hundredth. Josh Bird's going to have to make up a little time on this one. Joseph Kyle Smith is trying to get a win here at Luna Slalom Jam. He wants that top spot on the podium. But first, we got to decide third place. This is the run that will do it. This is Joe McLaren, our 9-time world champion, reigning overall men's world champion from last year in the red lane, and Adam Mercado in the white lane. Joe got a good start on that one. Adam's trying to really pump through it. He's getting low. This run is going to decide our third place finisher here at Hybrid Slalom. Joe is a little ahead of him. He's going to stand up. He had the advantage on that run, so even if Adam crossed first, he might still get that third place position. Adam did have a cone down. Joe McLaren had a clean run. And 3 down for Adam Mercado on the white. That adds 0.3 of a second to his run. So, with that, Joe McLaren has fought his way onto the podium after an injury this morning, after falling by 1 second. He will get third position at the Luna Slalom Jam. Congrats to Joe McLaren for that podium. Now, to decide the final podium, who will get first, who will get second? Let's figure it out. This is Josh Bird out of Jackson, Mississippi in the white lane, and Joseph Kyle Smith out of Kentucky in the red lane. Let's hear it for them as they go by. This is the last race of tonight, the final race of Luna Slalom Jam. Let's see it. This is for all the marbles. This is going to decide who takes home the first place position at Luna Slalom Jam in the hybrid slalom event. Joseph Kyle Smith is charging ahead in the red lane with Josh Bird trying to catch up on this straightaway in the white lane. Josh looked to have crossed the finish line first, but Joseph Kyle Smith had an advantage. We'll see how that went for him. That looked pretty clean all around, so it's going to come down to time. Those were clean runs from both of those skaters here in our final. We'll see. Josh won the tight slalom earlier today. Can he do it again? No. By 0.163, Joseph Kyle Smith has gotten his first place position at Luna Slalom Jam in the hybrid slalom. Congratulations to Kyle on taking first. Josh Bird will be second. Joe McLaren will finish out the podium in third position. Thank you guys for coming out to Luna Slalom Jam. We appreciate you hanging out and watching some skateboarding here in Mississippi. Thank you for coming out, and thank you for hanging out with us all evening. Thank you to Brandon Main Street Association, Roadkill Racing, Mississippi Grassroots Slalom, Lacrosse Racing Team, USA Slalom Skateboarding, and everyone else that helped make this weekend possible. We appreciate you. We couldn't do it without you. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for watching some skateboarding. We'll see you next time.